Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
For years, authorities have looked on as Galamsey ravaged the forests, destroy water bodies, and displace several communities. But there is a sudden twist to this, as several communities, awakened by the glaring and devastating effects of Galamsey, have taken matters into their own hands. From demonstrations to personal initiatives, these communities are harnessing the collective power of the people and fighting a David and Goliath battle to protect their lands which they hold in trust for the past, present, and future generations. This story explores the inspiring journeys of communities bent on winning the fight against Galamsey. Here is Atuna, and this is their Galamsey story.
4 years, some communities in the Bono region have mounted a strong and spirited resistance against illegal mining or Galamsey, a notorious activity that has destroyed several communities, leading to the biodiversity loss, land degradation, and loss of farmland, reducing the potential for agriculture and threatening food security. This spirited community-led resistance, edged on courageous protests, demonstrations, and grassroots initiatives, continues to gain momentum as both residents and their local leaders work hand in hand to ward off Galamseyers, who are seen as potential threats to the region's water bodies, farmlands, and forest cover. At the forefront of this community-led resistance is a border community called Atuna, a major cocoa, cashew, and food hub in the Jamai South municipality of the Bono region, where the chiefs and people have declared the area as a no Galamsey zone, because to them, the fight against Galamsey is not just an environmental issue, but a matter of economic survival for the residents who are predominantly farmers, whose way of life will directly be threatened by illegal miners in their lure for gold. Nana Brago Kane II, the Queen Mother of Atuna, and a key figure in the community-led resistance, provides an insight into the successful revolution against Galamsey. Nana Brago Kane II recounted some of the challenges they endured toward of the Galamseyers, considering the powerful people in the Galamsey industry, but they persevered and won the battle. She added that the community has resolved not to allow Galamsey on the lands now and in the future in the interest of the people due to the negative impact of Galamsey. The Mrantini of Ituna, Nana Salifu Amini Ponkumi, who attributed the success of this resistance to the support of the youth in the community, commended them for their unwavering support. A youth in the community, Akwan George, also narrated the role the youth played in the resistance.
The Yakoba and say, Owana, Nananum, ya bem, Nananum binum, my yanty say, Galamse for Abomona to say, Ompese, Omutu Galamse, Awo, Yekrumha. Na Omohia Yekrumha Galamse, a good hapa, na Abaya Momo Quines or Muramitu. Tina Nanum Frey Mubinum, my koi. Na kushia na nanom bisa omo se omojetum omo ka se dabi omonyentum na ye mabunu no ye da achenti yesusu ye nkasa na omo so entie ma ye ka che na nan se benhwe ye koko benhwe ye kashu benhwe ye duane atosode noma de ye nya firi krom ha nko apo osonye bo ntima ye ni galanse na chi na china nchima emeka no me semfa wu yeso abra na nananu ni ho abra yesusu ye anyini nti ye kan no no kranya me ni nananom te ase still na ba no mo ba me amigina hayi sika omode abreme amahu bi me hu bi o me life nda but omo ba sika no so omode be kire wo opene so a je ompene so a omo encourage say be cheche no mo bebre but in all no yante ase ma yakobodwa ama aye mineral commissions for ba ha mo be bodwa hia kuro no nyina ye ka kire omo say anya de bi say yebeti ase ne ati ase abanzo ope cashew ope cocoa ope nuane ni nyina bi wo ha nti yebe ma onu muma yeren aso ye ni my brother me ka kire wa free ye atuna ha yeti border no free akopim sunwan the whole of this Bono region ope kura o produce cocoa pa ya tuna mo pa mo kwa mo ko search nhwe kura produce aduane cocoa cashew ayatuna na in ono ye mabunu na yesu yesi yente ase na yesi agina ye no so no agina ye tuo no de e ba so kama na nanom tai achi se biti ye kroma no kase adwumani a oboa oye kwadworo yesa ne se ye nuanom sirimfo sabi omo afri north abaha abagin sase adrafo a nei omo koko cashew ni nuane bebre ni babunu betena ha a obeka ko anaka ko babi se adwumani kroma no ompa adwuma yo ompeku adwuma yeso ye di ye nananom saso de waye na dwon so obekọ school de nananom bada woroma ye boa ma ne kọ de wa wantumi anko so de ku adwuma no kese wo hwa obeyo ndi ye de nyina ne se ye tima fight bepom sabre abane nto aye so ye ninse baabi bebre wo ho abane de osia no odi tuo ne nseka ne noma a wo akode a osia no ondi nsia no da ye krum ha de never on this earth se bi betimasi ene ye ka se galanse fo baba ye be hataya ho se kete ni ya dabo ntirim beba na excavators ni mvidie wodo a bre bere betu galanse no na je se ya dawo na ba fa ye so no be kuye nyina wie dia abane mfa kunu no na onye de obeye se oye se aso na ro be bo ana onye ndi galanse ho asem ana galanse issue de ye tu na haide me ngwaku jami ko de me mre ye ne mabusiafo ye ne nananom ye ne namfo ye ne pia busia no nyina kiremu a atuna dom mrante ne mayo ase ye mpreso ne mpreso kina ndi ya fight up nsabiri ndi galanse de e maso sense koko wa cashew wa nua no wa bibia wa de ye pen brama ye hom ne ye pen sa ye zo ye nya ne ye pen sa ti abane so omeso ya so no moaye na de ye pen no omaye nyuma na ye mu binoma sebi baye badwene se be de sebi ko galamse ne be boa be no na watima ye den watima asasa badwene fi ho ye da mas nyame hyiram.
On his part, the chief of Atuna, Nana Apia Kubi Abebiu II, appealed to the governments to give the people of Atuna the fair share of the national cake, considering the feat they have been able to achieve in the Galamsey fight. The assembly member for the Altona electoral area, Yeboah Lawrence, alleged that several attempts were made to compromise him, but he rejected those offers in the interests of the community.
During the fight, it's not easy for us. You see, as a you fight against those who have the amenities or the ammunitions. It's not easy. In your soldiers, in your opinion leaders, so easy mind. But the boys in organization, we organize ourselves very well. That's the important thing for every community. We organize ourselves. So organization, we give them the profit or the effective profit in it is saying the veggies can be dear but if effective huge. You are planning as a youth, you are toward doors. We need committee, municipal assembly, many MC, across several tasks. See who's adding now because of semi assemblyment, no access to security. And district police commander, there's no money in Akasa. And any you hint a veterinary call them, no more. But may advise Ghana for say. Be a becker side be an abetrayal. Oh, Winyeska, but Maminka Semitro. The Ewoma and your panese community no, Microphone baby beba or move free baby or more on young for papa because we young crofobia brombe pesca. 2 community no, Yare beba. And as Sikana Yekano, that illegal mining no, a blood, Obinima may come, many be a interview, a blood, and idea. He
indicated that they have instituted community-based measures to protect their lands and urge other communities to emulate the people of Altona if they want to defeat Galamsey.
Task force, many committee, many youth leader, many district assembly, municipal assembly, including district commander. The may catch a T4 Woti in an essay. A best rampanim for Sardin Edi Ghana, a sensu and sua, Ghana, ye new future. Ye plan ya fase yati committee, but be a course to be a Monte committee, you bit me see Sardin no quine. And tis I soldier for no bar or more penny for a tertiary. Ye can't hubuma organization, and I say, creation, a bit me a my fatty for Galamsey. Enti se omoba nyoma ye be kasa be yama no e do so sene de wo nti se 1 minute a 1 ni say omo frɛ me omo se ombe man pradu ombe to dan wo trase kwa ma enti me nem bu se omo se enti sa dan ne sa ye beto ma community member bia na going forward no nkiriman so ye beto sa de na ma omo enti omo breaki omo aba me 2 times enti ye forces eto da ubenya nkrofo mbe tan but e so hwe nipa na oni omote no na hwe da chinchirima no ene na ebetimi dia fight na enye easy because it will be ko ba bia usuro and what say ba bi wo ha wo nante anajo because unim de wo nipa ne ti mo kan ya wante no nti no enye easy me say omo ba mi fie be ba mi sika iska to ka chem se me pe omo sika because community no ye pe de ebedi da bia ye pe de ebedi ne nti no idea ena form.
Some farmers share their views on the importance of the anti-Galamsey stance being championed by the community.
Me imagine do Peter there. The man who and the next time I can see so Galamsey young person be the kurum say. So you have TV so you have baby brewer. Galamsey I say so until had the young tiasi maybe maha. Asu you koko the brew ever ha. Until you have the koko for buying Galamsey can okora mo de mawa. Ubedi ni say ya ba koko so de ye benya so mfaso mana no so benya so mfaso nti yatu na de ya nti ase ma Galamsey emese ya sa ase ne yensuo no
de ya se nti ase ne se Galamsey scan e de pasisi ya yenti mi mebi na koko so de afipia wenye biate e de ahwe wo school de awon produce so de bia bobla e nti ase
the NTIC say no ye to kwan kakra ye ta akoko agency bi se de me ka no me fa ya asante de ya meta ko me ma me nche wo Jakubuye Amanse Central ye kwa kwan ye faso se ba sensase ena ho youth no be si in fact ba bubu ye me de me kasa ba bubu adam aha sanam de ni hunu be si aye no ye pese ye kurum ha mobu no nso so be yesa ena ye he benefit ye nya firi ye kuku no ma in fact the whole year bitima ba se kuku bi mfiri duano so kura tem bia obe hien sika e wo duano ho no wa okwa na ku se ye ma kwan magalansi for so see the sense as na rekase one day show ye gisa sika na afinu na e be gisika no men ka se ye de be ni yi ya ye be nyafufu bi afi ba bi adim aha they say ya senka wo sen de meti kura ma ya akwafu ma obehu duana esan wo kuku na ase aha ba yire utu ba yire ba kuma na ka kiro se ba yire wi efi akofi ma obeka se nya se wa ode wani ehu anka obeka se nya no kure nti mi hu se galanse ne de good no amanfo se disika bade na me de me am gira ha de me share that because never panum be penso bia no never panum be kuku ne share be ti sa anso no mi se ba be kuku no faso a me so se be sisi o he de dam machi ya more than keka ko me fan say bag na sa ti bag 3000 se me ko je 3000 na say even 2000 kwa na in so e bit na abo ama me de ayo nyema be bi nti galanse de me ka se mfaso bi wo so a mede mesiri pako se hu bibie ni so se pese de guarantee.
The people have risen and spoken in clear language, and gradually the tide is turning. Ghana's galamsey epidemic will not be conquered overnight, but the seeds of change have been sown in Atuna and several other communities in the Bono region. These communities are standing tall and have demonstrated that the power to shape their communities lies in their hands. Yes, that is people's power. This is the new narrative which will be etched in our collective memory forever. From Atuna, in the Jamansa municipality of the Bono region, I am Abajado Frank, GhanaWeb.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Ment Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
We are back with another episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. Today, my guest happens to be a very solid woman who believes in action. Of course, you don't need to put your hands in between your laps thinking that help will come from God. For her, she believes in hard work. And today, she happens to be my guest, like I said, on Everyday People. So let's have a discussion with her. My name is Victoria Cheba for Udinya Design.
Oh, your friend me, Hannah Hagan.
Na Nkraheya na wana.
Oh, me a Fantini, but Nkraheya na metie.
Okay. Into Uba Hanumbe, how many years now?
Oh, me back Kaneshi. Me how many? I would have been trying to say be 15 years.
15 years. So let's say 15 years no. Brown ne nima we are now at for 15 years no.
Oh, and one am at on the Ashe member, and one am made the bomb bra.
Okay. Into Yansha say, unse growing up yenyi no. Be on my abia. I see you think I'm go school we are. Maybe person me babe nurse ni lawyer ni anase bibi na onkwala bi na person yeden.
Oh, me onkwala brem na me person ka me secretary. Because intimate to me aye na metumi ahwe me ba ama wo to me aye. Me say me to me anya say opportunity na no nche say na wo say metena sesa. Enti no me nya adwene say o say at least me ye bibi.
Okay, see opportunity no say sika fem ana say.
Oh, what sika fem because say nia opesa we wo wiase say wunya ohwefo na ohwew. Ema utumi nia weni so ade ho opesa say we nya so a na no nche say wiase abawie ya ma. Ti o say utumi bomode say wo pe bibi na waye nti na ye sika fem because na efie nye.
Nti yenka say usuku no ko kodum pempe so ben.
Oh, me school me do me drop it out.
Level ben.
Oh, my level secondary school. Yeah, time na yeah common entrance na yeah do call. Till me drop it form 2.
Form 2. Sata na what age be say?
Anyway, my started school in time. Na start time no so no. Na yeah in San 7 and yeah for 10 years. Sata obi say obi papa so na form 4 na on ferry. By this time, your sister school near Makwala 18 years. Prana we know university. And it is me say sir. I mean how many 1920 there.
No, form 2 no.
Yeah, your time no.
Okay. Until we drop it out from school no. If you no na ho sha sesa we yeden.
Oh, me drop it out na me nuanom me ma say there be I was say me sua de pam. Until me do me koto adepam mu. No mundi mi kwato adepem no na me fi say o serve o madam na o madam so gi na komem na o de kire wa adwuma no ba me de na madam no me services no na eye ne de enti no me kwa asuma na osuma me ti na me college kwa ka say hana mo mfatefo de che say asuma ye de o ba say bra be suma o madam enti na me na me fi ba because me suma na at least at the end of the day say me kwa ye aduane ma na o ma mbi ma me di anti na me so na ho no ye me de but one day na Mondays na ye nkwa adwuma na area of us wo mu ana wo mu atifi also hwe se na me so maame no ono so at least Monday obetumi afrem so ana ba minyanti ye say ye off day no dia maame bi o se obesua for 6 months no afre no na wa kire no adepam no enti no menya hiti na me so one Monday me wo ho na me ko me because na mpese me hu se ne nipa na aka kire me no eye no kra na ti me kwa ampa me kwato se maame no wo ho a me madam e che na eduma o na me bufu ye na me ka se o ka kire me se eduma no be chem 2 years my 1 year offer me balance ma me na me nko ena me bi
enti na che se 1 year ni nyina no wo nkyere wo se ne pamade na ade nko
na slate ne slate de ene wo be bu ntoma no na maame no so na oye ade pa sisi ai na nokwa na meka na se mini sort ya se ana wawu nti ma me bufu na me ka kire se eduma no me nsua biom on fa me balance maame no se won wo bi a wakotu otinsa na se amesua 1 year oji 2 years to fa me 1 year na me peja me machine nti ama me nsua adwuma ni bio
nti balance no de ma na wa fa
maame
nti enu echi no na oye de
enu echi na maame wo Ivory Coast nti no okachem so pese oboa me na me tu kwan nti me kofa ho ba unfortunately akwantu no so anye yie emu na me de ware ya me de wo me manager me start say and before na makeup and na me to and any say makeup ba bibia menye bia no because as oba wakọ ware de so obuwa wukunu nti ebe wiye kra na me decided say me go into this and until enu na fit for the past 15 years my year be seen me
we obi na introduce you another one now taking you
oh na makeup na me to na madam fu bi no a hairdresser to na me de makeup no kwot si nche nti one day no so hana e ma be ye wo moti makeup enye obi a no ye makeup nti ade na won try sa we ni ukofa ba adle won be ye wo moti ampa so me kofa e no wo mu ye moti obi wo ye ka no de atop rise kakra ti na mo inside ho and I'm sure they be na we see they be bro ni we with ye no nyampe ope bebi anipa bebre na ma me dey see from by.
And also started 15 years ni. Into 15 years apart from say we dey be share ebia ukunu ene wo man then I'll bet me do say so bo aka say out of this wetin me say ni say.
Oh, out of say when to me and fancy dan kra na dey hwe wo ma. Wo ma education na obi entumi ngin fi wo mu nsem. Nse me say ka say me dey kosi dan adachi me tiwe me nchebo se ne tibia no me nya me be frame me ebusua betumi age dan na efim kwala ne nsem nti se me dey educate wo mu a because baako ewie technical university baako ko nursing baako so wo final year wo legon nti na che say at least aboa me
nti mama hana ebia obi hwe wa nkranhye ben na ode bema sa onipa no
nkranhye me de bema nipa ne say we are batan a me say my woba me a single parent when my second born and my last born was 6 months. So I've been a single parent for about 34 years because I call an benya 24 years. Who wa emfa ewiase norma entoma ene norma ensi weni so. Na wonka say bo aboso na fahwe nkwala no because yenga na ha no yentisa amanone se me wa amanone a maye adwuma nti misika abra maye abrewa no misika ne behwe me yenuanu bebre a wo mutu kwan koye nani misika me maye gu ho na yedi tua nipa ne ka na yeye ha ne de entisa ye ha ne ne wo mu ne se wo hwa akwala no na se ja me ye na adom a e na wo so obaba behwe na enu so mpo e fa nhye wa adwunim se wo hwe wo ba ama wo ba behwe so we ne say ne dey be obedumi akwala no because na che say we nya we expect no we nya instead of say we dey shira sem be di akwala na chi no obedumi no nti hwa akwala ne say onye ohaw emfa mawo say nya me ye na dom na say otu ne say no wo ho abrewa na obrewu bi a fine nti wo ho I say obo modern say wan kasa no obebo modern say obeye bibi ade ama wo afa say bia wo ho we wie school wenya bibi enya at least start bibi ena nyankopon adom online business aba emine edwakora bi no mu etumi edi wodwa so online phone so eduano kora bi betumi aka say yes so much busy nti we try bibi na fam paibo eka bibia so uche nyankopon we akira ene o se we yenkuti nyankopon ye bibia ye ya ebe ye na mo wo frɛ nyankopon na waka kyerɛ so ma wa adwe ne nyansa e wo wiase abrabu ne yenja ema no eyi si na se wo tuntumi ne bi wo ho a na entete ya hyakɔ se wo fufuo wo ho a fakɔ me no me nyesa akɔ mama ni ame wo no ene na me de ba because me se emrepa e wo ho.
These are words of wisdom. So if you're a woman out there or a youth coming up, listen to what this woman has to say about life. Because like she said, if you're a woman and all you do, or you are taking care of your child just because you want her to grow up and come and take care of you, then you might be missing out on something. My name is Victoria Chebafo, and this is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. I will see you on the next episode.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor, because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday, we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all, and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today, we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples, that is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
It's 40 days to the elections and Ghanaians are eagerly awaiting for December 7th. As the build-up to the general elections, many will be wondering what will influence the decision of voters to cast their ballot for the candidates. We are inside here at Medina Market to engage with Ghanaians to find out what will influence their voting decision. Come along with us. This is GhanaWeb TV.
So abani say me maye because Bible cry me ati ase say kro a ohini ni mu no kro ni butu ana oman akwankyere ni mu no so no eye oman hunu entini so wo oman mu na siesi wo hena ana siesi president ya se na be ya ye benya mpuntuo ama ya man no na ye da ache ye ma enkyiri ma so be ba benya fa ahodie ama ye enti no me de madwen kyere ni se de enti ameto abai se ne oman no ebe ya nkoso on se first na bibi ti se tankase ya sama uba na uni wokra na ya sama uba kwa akotua enne no eni ho sa nti yesra ye mpanifo se omo ba de nti aye to aba no omo me ye adwuma ne ye maye eno ma na ye ye free mu ni nyina PWD fo na no mo dokwa ho nyina omo mra omo me ye adwuma no na enye tete amamra ne yesesa nkofa ho ye nti se obi ni ma obi kire omo mra na oba aba na ye omo beto ne to mo omo so enyina ye maye na aba na ye to ya da je ye se ye no eno so aba mfaso amaye ama oman ni nyina medamase.
So our mother here says she is looking to vote based on development. She is calling for the next government to bring back and reinforce the town council initiatives, and then the people that were made to weed and all that, to clear the uncleanliness in the country. So she is looking to vote for somebody who will ensure development of the country.
Ukraine nyamini chese na isindi nyamumu aye den. Ever since our government we ba so no nyamumu aye den ama ye na mesha so atu abai wasi ye change yesesem na chese se ni ye take an no ni etiminya because nyama aye toto be say times abro so ama chese dwedie ni kura na enye de bio te no kura ni me pese saye wasi yesese bibie mu na ase.
So her message is simple. She is advocating for change, and with the change she's advocating for, she wants a candidate who can come and turn things around, make the economy back on its feet, and also the one that can make the standard of living very comfortable for everyone. So that is what she's advocating for.
Na bansu metu a mehwe de oba be siesie o mani yie na matu aman onu ti na metu aba because ese an ye bre mi ton fruit fet pawpaw crate ufa crate ba ko a na endu 90 series ese fa no 2.5 enti ese a metu aba no de metu mi tu bi da ba afi we de metu pa ti enu ani se metu ama obi a oba be hye o mani si yie aman onu ti na metu aba.
So to summarize everything she has said, she says she's going to cast her ballot, and the decision that will influence her is a candidate who will be able to turn around the fortunes of the economy. She complained about the hardship in the country currently, and so she says based on her current standard of living and living conditions, that will be the major thing that will influence her to cast her ballot coming December.
So near me, we saw me to say, yes, Nana by with the free education by. But so, so I best say, Sukunukra. Nkodan muko omuba no mabe fa be masem san no besa kwana nkodan mumbu hwi munye na meso mi hu se kamituma jo Mahama edan na wasese agunwura munyina na nka obaya wa be ye nyinyina wie na free education ko ho na ya hu se man ombetumi akwa nsa na omu ama akwa te se no ma akwa ma no ano ene me pese nka mituma jo Mahama oba no abesese ndan na wo nwura munyina na manage free education na ye fine nso ne me pe a kire nti metu ma jo Mahama.
So our mother here says she is looking to cast her vote considering the free SHS education, though she commended the initiative, the entire policy. She believes the abandoned school building project, which have been abandoned, needs to be completed to be able to accommodate all the school-going kids. So she will vote based on a candidate who will be able to complete all the abandoned projects and also properly develop the free education initiative better.
Yenti mika se way back, abeye sema, way back, obeye sema. This enyami because say sia ewiasem eyedin, anye Ghana nkwa. Uko bibia awiase na yɛdim enti de hia nipa no beba yɛto abama no yɛnya asungye ana ade na yɛbɛde yɛbɛdi ɛna yɛhia yɛsɛ Mahama na ɛba yɛ obinsi na na yɛ enti mi agi kyerɛ mi sɛ Mahama na yɛ good chairman nana because Mahama te yɛmbresa Mahama tam de yɛmbresa ba nana ba de yɛabrɛ ano kɔre de ba kopɛ first no eba market yɛbɛnyɛ cons kakra ba sisi a wobɛnyɛ cons na wɔbrɛ ɔno na betmaka. Yes.
So according to him, he will look at his current standard of living to cast his vote. He complained about the low sales, how things have skyrocketed, prices of goods have increased and all that. So he is looking to cast his ballot for one that can promise and also make things easygoing and affordable for everybody, or for them in particular, the market men and women, to be able to make profit and huge sales at the end of the day.
Oh, about one dear. Me consider a name be me no anami and sembi. Me ohun me to abache kakra. Me to aba kufo ni GG penso me to aba. Ena me to aba President Tama penso me to aba. Ena nado nso ne Mahama nso me to aba. Na me first aba me to ye no. Benefit me nya ye no. Me gusu enjoy say benefit na bepem ne. Me first aba me to ye na me yerenyam. Kofo ewini ye. Eno di free maternal e buy. Me ba ene owo SS. E kwa wo ni free mentua hwe. Me koyi me yere no. Me na omo se abeji sanyi. Oso free ye no aduan kra ma yen. Ya ma ye pampers ni ade nyina aka ho. Na me de nya me yase. In fact, akola na nyi ene osan enjoy free SHS. Me ba penny ono so awie free SHS. Owie university se me no ka say. Or the free omne dey free SHS. E she o mase. Enu nti me hwe benefits we no mo a and Ghana ha anasa nkra ha matra che. Eniema bebre na akoso. Ehwe nkanea na ye problem ayen ubeko fie na yasem me frigi say me dem ne me nyina say because of presso enti me hwe no me de compare ene no eswati fa kra enti me mom de eno ene be inform ama metimi ati gina say aha no metuma bako. Yeah, because me they compare benefits amenya say me no be inform me baby say me to mabako.
Our daddy here says one thing or two things that will influence his voting decision is the free SHS policy and also the fact that Ghanaians have been enjoying constant power supply as compared to the previous government. So many of them here inside Medina Market have explained to us what will influence their voting decisions, from development to peace and stability to free SHS to constant power supply. Many of them are eagerly awaiting for the upcoming December 7th elections to cast their vote. This has been GhanaWeb TV, and my name is Mandy Ajiman.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence. Welcome to another edition of Ballot Briefing here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Today, we rather begin on a sad note, and the founder and flag bearer of the Ghana Freedom Party, Ekuadonko, was reported dead on Tuesday, October 29, 2024. The 2024 presidential candidate died at a Ridge Hospital while receiving treatment in Accra on the evening of Monday, October 28, 2024. Her youngest, Mary, in an interview with GhanaWeb, shared details of her mother's final moment.
Right now, we can't tell, we can't go into it very deep. We want the family head to give us the go-ahead before, and then we want him to talk to the doctor. Then the doctor will give him what happened so that he will bring it out.
You can confirm that she was transferred from Isawam to this place?
Yes, please. I was with her. We went to Isawam, and then later on they transferred us to Ridge Hospital. So they were there around 10 p.m. And then I was beside her, just beside her. But...
And still on Ekuadonko, the Electoral Commission of Ghana says it has suspended the printing of presidential ballot papers for the 2024 general elections following the death of the presidential candidate of the Ghana Freedom Party, GFP. According to a statement issued by the Commission on Tuesday, October 29, 2024, this is to allow the GFP nominate a new presidential candidate in line with Article 50, Clause 4 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. The statement said, while the 1992 Constitution and the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127 are not clear on processes to follow in the event of the death of a presidential candidate, Article 50, Clause 4 of the 1992 Constitution provides as follows. where at the close of nominations, but before the election, one of the candidates dies, a further period of 10 days shall be allowed for nominations. The Commission has since informed the GFP to make arrangements to nominate a new candidate and inform the Commission accordingly. Ekuadonko, who was number 3 on the ballot, had nominated broadcaster Kwabena Ajiman Apia Kubi, popularly known as Roman Father, as her running mate ahead of the December 7 presidential elections. Speaking after her death, Roman Father said he was ready to step into Ekuadonko's shoes and become the flag bearer for GFP. Moving on from Ekuadonko, the running mate for the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, has urged nursing students to back the NPP, stating that their votes are essential to secure important programs like Agenda 111, the National Hospital Project. Speaking to students at the Pantine Nursing and Midwifery Training College in Accra, Dr. Prempeh urged them to avoid the return of former President John Dramani Mahama, claiming that the previous NDC government had mishandled matters pertaining to nursing students. He stressed that the NPP's decision to reinstate training allowances shows their dedication to the welfare of nursing students, in contrast to the NDC's decision to eliminate them, which he said caused severe challenges for students during Mahama's leadership.
Alawa. 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 Yes, I want to delay Kakara. 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 Oh no, what was that? I want to be the empire. It is the empire. It is the assault in the boy.
Parliamentary elections, he said that Ghanaians would not allow themselves to be fooled for the third time by the NPP and would vote massively against the ruling party on December 7. The NDC flag bearer was speaking at Kabunwele in the Kwandai constituency, where he was addressing the chiefs and people as part of his campaign tour of the northern region. The flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Vice President Dr. Bawumia, has reacted to the 5 questions posed to him by his main contender, former President John Dramani Mahama, regarding Ghana's economy. Describing Mr. Mahama's questions as flimsy, Dr. Bawumia, who has also insisted on engaging in a debate with his opponent, challenged Mr. Mahama to honor his request, assuring that he would use the platform to answer the 5 questions. Dr. Bawumia, however, went on to list the 50 questions for Mr. Mahama, focusing on the former president's term of office in comparison with the current Akufo-Addo-led term. So you can visit www.GhanaWeb.com to read all 50 questions. Former President and NDC flag bearer John Dramani Mahama has clapped back at Vice President Dr. Bawumia for running away from the economy again in a recent exchange of questions. Mahama's comment comes after Bawumia posed 50 questions to him, following Mahama's initial 5 questions on the economy. In a passionate response, Mahama likened Bawumia's response to someone who was just learned nursery rhymes and stated that the Vice President questions were irrelevant to the pressing economic concerns of Ghanaians.
You see, when we were in nursery school, we used to learn what they call nursery rhymes. And that one, you just have to learn it by heart. Even when you're sleeping, you should be able to repeat it. So if you remember, Baba, black sheep, have you any wool? Then we had Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty Dumpty had a grade 4. Those nursery rhymes. I woke up this morning and I saw 50 questions to me. It looks like our Vice President has just learned those things in the 50 questions the way we used to learn Baba, black sheep, Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. Because I asked you 5 simple questions on the economy, that's all. Simple questions that Ghanaians want you to answer. You go and respond with how many compost plants did you build, how many this did you build, the issue is in Ghana today.
Scores of market women in Accra have declared their support for vice president and presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Bawumia. Bawumia, as part of his nationwide campaign, stormed popular market in Accra on a rainy Tuesday morning, and he received a tumultuous reception from enthusiastic traders across all the markets he visited. The NPP flag bearer, who has been touring markets across the country as part of his campaign, visited the Tuesday market at Mamprobi, the Makola Market, Okanshi and Kantamanto, in a tour which once again established his increased popularity. Traders, mainly women, showed support and affection for Dr. Bawumia, and this is what some of them have been saying.
Me pesa yamba yeti ya koye nim oze metuamanu pa
EPP e possible e baba so life ega keje MPP say party ko kra be na pa ke me free ni shika ye ni ma join ni.
Still on Dr. Bawumia, he has urged the police service to be vigilant and avoid being complacent about their past election security successes. Addressing the 53rd Officer Cadet Graduation course at the National Police Training Center in Tesano, Accra, Dr. Bawumia applauded the police service's previous accomplishment in maintaining election security. He further urged them not to rest on these past successes in ensuring election security in the upcoming general elections, but they should rather leverage these past achievements and experiences in ensuring that the upcoming elections are incident-free and peaceful.
To the graduating class, I say, be professional and proactive, be law-abiding and accountable, and above all, be firm, fair, and fearless. As we gear up for this year's election, it is important to take stock and know that we have been here and done it before. Since 1992, we have succeeded in organizing election after election, and this year's election will be no different. We as a nation have become good at it. With the police at the center of our election security task force, we are assured of a successful 2024 general election. However, we must not be complacent and rest on our previous achievements, for every election presents its own nuanced situation. We are, however, confident of the professionalism of the police. The police is always at the center of elections security in Ghana.
Moving on, the Supreme Court has thrown out the application from the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Gbagwin, in the matter of the vacation of some 4 seats in Parliament. Reading the ruling of the 5-member Supreme Court panel, Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu said that contrary to some other assertions that it does not have jurisdiction over such a matter, it rather does. She added that any person who does not go by the order of the Supreme Court has committed a crime. The CJ also said that the Supreme Court did no wrong in exercising its discretionary power in the matter before it. She also indicated that the Speaker of Parliament's interpretation of Article 97 was not just against 4 members of Parliament, but tens of thousands of Ghanaians.
It is therefore misinformation and misapprehension of law for the applicant to present that the Supreme Court has no jurisdiction to provide the correct information, because Article 99 gives jurisdiction over determination of membership of Parliament to the High Court. Article 99 reads, the High Court shall have jurisdiction to hear and determine whether a person has been validly elected as a member of Parliament, or the seat of a member has become vacant, or a person has been validly elected as a Speaker of Parliament, having been so elected, has vacated the office of Speaker. Aggrieved by the determination of the High Court under this article may appeal to the Court of Appeal. From the above, it can be seen that if anyone raised the question whether a person has been validly elected as a member of parliament or a seat of a member of parliament has become vacant as a matter of fact, that person is required to go to the High Court for the High Court to resolve any issues around that question. In the instant case, the records brought to the Supreme Court submitted that the question was raised on the floor of Parliament, that by filing nominations to contest as independent members of the 9th Parliament, members of the 8th Parliament should be deemed by reason of the meaning of Article 97(1)(g) to have vacated their seats in the 8th Parliament. Thus, the vacation of seats is not a matter of fact from death or resignation or notice by the parties themselves to Parliament. It is to be taken from an interpretation and enforcement of Article 97(1)(g).
My colleague Ishmael Batoma was in court and gives us a brief of what transpired.
The Supreme Court of Ghana today, Wednesday, October 30th, 2024, sat on an application by the Speaker of Parliament challenging its directive for the Speaker to stay off his declaration of 4 seats in the House vacant. The court, which was decided by a 5-member panel chaired by the Chief Justice herself, Justice Tukonu, ruled that the Speaker's application had no merit. The Chief Justice squashed all the points made by the Speaker of Parliament's lawyer. She said that, contrary to the assertion of the lawyers of the Speaker of Parliament, the Supreme Court has jurisdiction to hear the matter on the declaration of 4 seats vacant. She also said that the matter was very urgent and should have denied a lot of Ghanaians representation in Parliament, and also the 4 affected members of Parliament would have forfeited their salaries for the period remaining, which required its intervention. The Chief Justice also made the point that the Speaker was wrong in refusing the writ served on him with the excuse that it was served on him on Monday and that the writ was duly served and he should have obeyed it. She also made some points, including the fact that any person who disobeys the order of the Supreme Court commits a crime. Then she went ahead to say that the application of the Speaker of Parliament had no merit. The Chief Justice, after her ruling, went on to criticize the lawyers of the Speaker of Parliament for failing to file their statement for the substantive case. She said this was a constitutional crisis and should be handled expeditiously. She went ahead to give them up to Friday to file their case for the substantive case, which was filed against the Speaker by the leader of the MPP caucus of Parliament, Alexander Afenyo-Markin. Reporting for GhanaWeb, I'm Ishmael Batoma.
Meanwhile, the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, has said he's working towards recalling the House in early November. And that is how we wrap up this week's edition of Ballots Briefing with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. Don't forget to like our channel, share our videos, and subscribe.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, It is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, Some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #Legalize Organ Donation Now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Today on the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, we're taking a tour to the Afram Plains constituency. But currently, I'm at Kwewu South, that is Adders, so where we join the pontoon. That's the pontoon behind me. You can see it loading the cars for us to cross to the other side. So by the time we cross, we'll be getting to Ache Amamfrom, that is Afram Plains South. But this time around, we're concentrating on Afram Plains North. We'll be speaking to the Member of Parliament for the NDC in charge of the Afram Plains North in the person of Betty Crosby. We'll be interacting with her constituency. We want to see some of her achievements and her 8 years in office, what she's been able to do for her community. Join me as we board this pontoon. It's my first time actually. First time in Kwewu South, first time going to join a pontoon, first time crossing over to Afram Plains. I promise you, it's going to be an exciting journey. Let's go. Have you ever boarded a pontoon before? It's quite an experience. We are currently on board, traveling from Adoso to Ache Amamfrom in Afram Plains South. The crossing took us 30 minutes. As you can see, there are about 15 cars on this pontoon, which is the only means of transport to cross the lake to the other side. This is the London site for the pontoon. We'll all be getting down here to continue our journey to Afram Plains North. This is Ache Amamfrom, a community in the Afram Plains South. As you can see, the cars are moving. We've just arrived at Ache Amamfrom and are continuing our journey to Afram Plains North. The drive on this deplorable road has been challenging.
we finally arrived at Donkokrom in the Front Plains North. Now, let's speak to some residents to learn about the challenges they face.
Nani ye fema chese eha ye pa ye kwan. Me gidi se wa wo fa so yi. Won say wa bre. Aha ye kwan ni die no kware. Enye nti opin for fa so kra ni nsen etimi sei. Nti ahwe se nkombe ye kwan na maye. E na me yesim tres terebia. Eni ama no wo kra fi nkokọ aka kwan ni nti na ni ama ne boa edin. Sisi align ni 6 cedi obi se ne boa edin. Nti ode ade ne beba na egu ho. On person obepam mpo oni ska ode bepam. Nti anu ye challenge kase e maye. E na afi nso no. Aha ye ntade. Ade to enni ha sisi. I to say by rest say yen afram principal ye to by re ba ko 20 cedis. Anka first afram place 20 cedis no benya by re 5 6. Sisi aha say nyama sesa wa. Aha isa kwan na enye nti en microphone person mo de nyama ebeba. Menya hu ade kase bia waye a chance nanso mate se nanzen no ocheche nkonwa ma schools a omunni nkonwa omunni destiny ade no ocheche ma ocheche sa nkonwa ne ma ana bi wo nso akuafo timi bo Wellington boots ne nsekan se ye hu nsakraye foforo se ne wa sha asi se oto bibi so ekonanim dia obetimi asan transfer.
Our road is not in a good shape. In fact, you can't use saloon car on the road from Eche to Agodike. You either use motorbike, V8, or Land Cruiser pickup. But with saloon car, no. Because before you go and return back to Mprice or Nkoko or wherever you are coming from, you have to send your car to mechanics for maintenance. Okay. Either your shocks will spoil or your air condition will not be working again because it has passed. It's beyond pothole. It's now manhole. So in fact, we are playing with the government. So I believe that when she is voted into power, she can do best. And when NDC comes to power, she can do very well because there has been cheap compounds around. You go to Abutan, so there's a cheap compound. When you go to the islands, I think Adolfo, he's putting up a cheap compound over there. You go to, in fact, she was even the person who lobbied the E-block to Mim Chemfre. So honestly, for her, she's doing well. From opposition, I think she's doing well. If the people will be so appreciative, she should retain it, or they should retain her. Okay. Because working from opposition is not easy.
Aflan Plains as a whole need a main challenge because I have a farming community. They say I'm market and the crowd could or because only found a far product no how it mean could drew. The boy acquires will be on a car memory. In the a high agent pa in this and the crank a mobile and Tamanka markets. The whole don't cook room from here to Nsuon an island phone in our babets. Nipaka grabbing a no market, or because of bar product and auto ultimate fanco. In the farm and so ye a normal nase or man betra, Obiuna aka. In the bias number, all because of the road. Yeah, Hansen in there. Me area there. A Juma me MPA yani ye bridge be a boo or boy am I DC money now by in Riani Chucha Goo money at the Anemwa. That was me found last year, no. But we no free money there, me dear. Dear me man who we no free money there. Me mean saying who be a wire or don't cook room to a demra. Ekusia Mankwa Road, no. Me who be a wire horse.
So the tour still continues, and this time around, I find myself in a hairdressing salon here at Donkokrom, and I have the madam here. Me pacho problems being partner wo Donkokrom ha.
Yo, me pacho problem ni di kan ye kwan. Madam ye kwan nye kra. Yes remo. Samba duma ye kwan ya mayen ya hu beto yen. Ye hu beto ye pa na ye to so mienu. Wo hwe ye nso ye deda ho nso deda rano ha. Ye fuo pa but e kwan ni nti mi mfa bi nko ba bia nti ye besre se na adwuma nso nka emra ha na youth ni nya bi nye Ejuma ni henti youth no okada nko an no mo ye wa ha ene ade nti ye besra mo sa ban ti yenka afam place e mobo asa de yenka Ghana kra ho no kreni na ye kwan ne na ye ade challenges e ha pa oh obi si kwan so sesi aso ye kwan na ma ye de a ye beto ama no me ya megina we mesi this ye mento aba because me hu ade papa me to me ni de mete hey e bia ne kwan ya ye kan sister sa wo yare kra na so ko hospital e de esi kwati bia wonyem kra obeduru na nyinsen na sei enti nie ombeyama am motivate me am de beto aba no odo mo fa ayinsi kwan so mo start aye kwan ye beto aba
aha na koye se eye island ye wo nsuo mfini but most of the times ye pantu na echi ana agodeke etimi sei it is at least one betumi aye bridge o de say ye kwan ne kra no nye kra na obetumi aye bridge kra to nsuo ni so ana say pantu no ekita 2 engines but ye say ba akopɛ ene de kɔ at times o kwa etimi sei esi nsuo ni so nti so betumi asesa pantu no ana say ombeye bridge aman a ke no so ebebo apa me I've made up my mind say abane de me kwamento because ya to abasa ye hu me ye wo me okrom ha aha na matena aha na maware aha na mawo bibia okrom ha said ye tie no sa na tie ye hu improvement bia e na me started to aba no there is no one day no one single day amen ko to abada de bia me to until this year there ma making my mind say me hu improvement bia previous years na mato no until me to aba bi.
Yes, 8 years ago, I can see things are going normal. But this year, from let's say 6 years ago, everything is difficult. Everything is expensive here, and we are suffering for work. We are not getting work for a year. It's 4 years now. We are not doing our road for us, see, and there is no work in their farm place. If you get a work, unless you go and buy a motorbike. It's not a work. The police are like, they are forcing us to go and do our lances and kind of things, so we are suffering.
I don't see any kind of development or any changes in it. NDC scheme 8 years after, we see nothing. They were promising, documented a lot of things they will be doing. We are not seeing anything. MPP2 came almost 8 years now. We don't know what is good. Are we voting or we are not part of the voters? We don't know. So me, I will say it's better go our farm place not this. We should stop election or politician aspect so that we'll be free. And we should look for our own job and we know that we are depending on that job. That will be better for us. Okay.
Honorable, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much.
8 years in Parliament.
I know.
How has the journey been so far?
So far, so good, I must say. And let me use this opportunity to welcome you to my beautiful city.
Afram Plains.
Afram Plains, love. This is a region on its own.
Yeah.
A lovely place, lovely people, good, great food, a lot of opportunities, resources that all in the end needs to be enhanced and established. So yes, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Indeed, my first time in Parliament was in 2017. I won the 2016 elections to represent my people with the vision and the objective of bringing development to the people of Afram Plains. Of course, I'm sure you have taken the opportunity and the pain to go around, and I am certain you have observed the deplorable nature of, I'll call them the basic infrastructure within the district. If you look at our road network, the lack of teachers, the lack of educational infrastructure, the lack of health facility, and the likes in the district, you come to realize that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So I would say so far so good. We have been able to extend some sort of support and assistance to the people, not forgetting the fact that we have been able to project for the attention of the general public and the government, for them to appreciate the challenges and the needs of the constituency. I think for me, that is my take home. Because as a member of parliament, there's little to nothing I can do. But the focus has been to project and to let government and other stakeholders appreciate the challenges, the needs, and the possible interventions that we can all do to promote development within the district.
So why politics and why Afram Plains North?
Yes.
Why not South? Why not East? Why not Accra?
Why not Accra?
Yes.
Yes. To be honest with you, Afram Plains is my home.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Afram Plains is my home. I was born and bred exactly in Donkokrom
here.
My mother, the late Madam Grace Crosby Mensah, and my father, this is where they met.
Okay, sure.
And my father happens to be the first MP for the Afram Plains North. He actually came, settled here, and worked here. And he met my mother.
On the ticket of the NDC or MPP?
On the ticket of the NDC.
Then let me just say, you've taken over your father. You've taken over from him.
Sometimes I wouldn't totally agree with you. I think that I am on a journey of my own, but to some extent I would say that probably as a daughter to a politician, I am inspired by what he did. I am inspired. I'm inspired. Yes. So yes, that is how come I decided to contest. Being a native of this district, seeing the lack of development within the district, I felt that as a very forceful woman who sees development as the bedrock of every society, felt that I could also add my voice to attract the needed attention to the district. And basically that is why I decided to contest. And the people supporting and believing in my vision decided to vote for me.
I can see you are preparing to go to the islands, but I want to find out what has been your greatest achievement ever since you decided to represent the people of Afram Plains North?
Sincerely, I wouldn't want to boast of much because there's a lot that needs to be done. If you look at the various challenges, as I earlier on stated, there's a lot to be done. But in the meantime, I must say that I have been able to draw the needed attention. Previously, we've had the experience of NGOs coming here under the pretense of rescuing children on the lake to encourage them to make demands of and hold governments accountable. It's something that I pride myself in. But not forgetting the fact that I've also been able to extend some support in terms of bringing quality health care to their doorsteps. Indeed, we have one major health facility, which is the Donkokrom Presby Hospital, that serves over 1,000 communities. I say 1,000 communities because it serves both the Afram Plains North, which hosts 575 communities, and the Afram Plains South, which also have over 300 communities. And so altogether, this one Presby Hospital is serving this number of population. I felt that it was woefully inadequate. So in my capacity as the Member of Parliament, I have been able to complete 3 CHIP compounds. We have completed one on the Draft Island, that is Adamupe to be precise. We have completed one at Fasubato, which is not too far from Afram Plains South, is to bring some level of education closer to the doorsteps of the people. So from 2017, we started the operation building pavilions for these communities and recruiting community teachers.
All the 500 communities?
Not all. We were able to start with 21 pavilions in different communities and recruiting community teachers to support those schools. However, I would say that it wasn't sustainable because being as an MP with limited resources, it became very difficult to be able to pay the teachers for their services. And so we have written letters to the Ghana Education Service. And if you follow my page, you realize that there are a number of times I have called on the Minister for Education to at least, if for nothing, post teachers to our various communities. We have a teacher deficit. Out of the 80 communities, we have more than 513 teacher deficits. So yes, education is absolutely a challenge, and I believe that when the human resource is developed, that is the beginning of development in general.
Honorable, your constituency is large.
Very
Unfortunately, it's all across the lake, because you mentioned the Dwarf Island.
That's true.
One island to the other. That's all of them included. All of them make up the 575 communities. How do you bring development to all of these people? Because right now, I know you are going to the Dwarf Island. You've parked your trucks to go visit each and every one of them and their communities. How do you ensure development reaches all?
Patricia, I would say that is how come I appreciate the likes of you showing interest and coming here so that you can highlight the many challenges, because I'm just an individual. Like I said, I continue to throw lights on the challenges, the needs, the plights of the people. So it's up to benevolent organizations, citizens of this country, governments, institutions to do their part. And then the rest of us will continue to give our support. The little that I can do as a member of parliament is what I'm doing. Building pavilions, building health centers. Currently, I'm supporting them with agriculture, farming inputs. I'm supporting communities with plastic chairs. I'm giving them learning materials such as exercise books, reading books. And, you know, the few that I can, within my means, extend to them. But I would say that it's absolutely not enough to really move the people from their current situation to a better situation. Of course, we want to build a better community. We want to build a better society. And so if you leave it in the hands of one person, then of course we cannot achieve much. But I would say that whilst we are doing this, I am very certain that both governments and individuals who are interested in really seeing to the well-being of our country will also extend.
Before I let you go, we joined the pontoon to Ache Amamfrom, and I realized that the 105-kilometer road is in a deplorable state. Your people said you promised them that you're going to make sure that that road is fixed, but unfortunately they're not seeing anything. What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, Patricia, that's a very interesting question. And coming from you as a media person, I'm sure you know the roles and responsibilities of members of parliament. But I would say that in the year 2016, the NDC tailored the Afram Plains North. Exactly, I think on the page 56 of the NDC manifesto, that the Afram Plains road from Echiamam to Agodake was going to be constructed. And as a candidate on the ticket of the NDC, that was my message. Believing very much that once the NDC is elected into office, then it's something that was doable, or we could all work hand in hand to ensure that the roads were constructed. Unfortunately, the NDC lost power in 2016, giving a chance to the MPP administration to come to government. Indeed, I continued my bidding, persistence, advocacy, calling on the minister, and finally, a loan to the tune of 350 million euros was approved for the construction of a bridge on the Afram River and the extension of roads to nearby communities. It was later on the minister came out and said that the funding was not coming and that the complementary budget, which was about $92 million that was received, was being extended to construct the Jeso Konongo bypass. Of course, we spoke about it. As a member of parliament, that is all I can do. It is up to the executive arm of government to execute. And so if the executive arm of government feels that the Afram Plains is not their priority, there's little or nothing I can do.
Before the main thing was, they were supposed to bring that here to construct the road. And
if
they diverted it.
Archives or the Hansard Department of Parliament from 2021, This were some of the arrangements and bills. It was an Exim Bank, African Exim Bank loan that we actually had an agreement approved, and till date, this is the situation that we are faced with. I would say that, yes, out of the 575 communities, I have over 222 on the island. So it's not just the Dwarf Island. The Dwarf Island hosts a total of 118 communities. Okay. And we have the Duja Island. The Duja Island also hosts a total of 86 communities. And so, and we have other communities that are also on the lake, but they have been classified as inland because the place is being zoned into 3. Afram Plains in totality is a 1/3 of the eastern region. So you just cast your mind back. If currently we have a total of 33 constituencies in the eastern region, and 1/3 is Afram Plains, then that gives you an idea of how huge the place is, with majority of the population being settled on the land, on the islands and on the lake. And so basically I think that government in general is not doing their best. I don't even think that, because my first time in Parliament, what I did was to highlight the situation of Afram Place and other riverine communities, and yet nothing was done about it. So I sincerely think that government as an institution is not even aware of the situation of Afram Plains. So we will continue to push, we'll continue to speak about it.
To make sure your voice is heard
Continue
in Parliament,
to advocate and make sure that
exactly
we represent our people to the best of our abilities.
Finally, before I let you go, do you believe your people retain you come in these upcoming elections?
I wouldn't want to say I'm overly confident, because sincerely I believe I have served my people. If you have the opportunity to meet with like-minded people, my regional executives, they will tell you that within the eastern region we have a total of 8 MPs on the ticket of the NDC. And they will attest to the fact that I am their best MP in terms of my ability to deliver. Again, because of the nature of the constituency, everybody is looking at the road and the road network. But believe me or not, I don't know how many MPs have been able to build 3 chip compounds within a period of, say, 7 years. I don't know how many MPs have been able to build 21 pavilions. And as I'm talking to you, we have 3 classroom units that is under construction. One is at the, we have roofed it. We are yet to do the doors and the floor. But we have also started additional 2 in Avukope and Salepe that we are believing that at least we have molded the blocks. Before the year comes to an end, we should start building those classrooms. So yes, in terms of representation, I think that I have done my part. I've given my best. My mandate has been served to the best of my abilities. And so surely I am sure my people, they have the confidence in me to deliver. And most importantly, when the NDC is back in power, which I'm sure in 2025 the NDC is coming, most of our challenges will be addressed. And so, of course, they can't afford to lose Betty Crosby Mensah.
Thank you, Honorable Crosby Mensah. It's been an honor sitting with you.
Nice,
and I wish you all the best in the upcoming election. It's still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, and we'll continue our tour in Afram Plains North. Honorable Betty Crosby Mensah's constituency. This is an NDC stronghold. But today we are at Abotan, so it's part of her constituency. And this is one of the many chips compound that she has built. And we'll be going in there to speak to the doctor. I can see the place is empty. I don't know what's happening. There are not many patients there today. Almost empty. So let's go inside to speak to the doctor in charge. Let me know if this chip compound is really helping the indigents here. Let's go. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Bye.
My name is Patricia. Please, what's your name?
I'm Emmanuel Akwa.
Dr. Emmanuel Akwa.
Yes,
oh, okay. Okay, so this is Abotanse, right?
Yes, please.
And this chip compound was built by Honorable. Yes. How long has it been here?
It's been here for about 5 years now.
5 years. Yes, oh, okay. I can see a lot of folders here.
Yeah.
Apart from the major hospital, that's the Presby Hospital, this is the second one that helps the people here.
Yes, please.
So how many people do you see in a day?
About 10 people.
10 people in a day?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, okay. And the nurses, or you're the same person, you're in charge here, you do everything?
A lot of nurses here, we are about 5 nurses.
5 nurses, okay.
Yeah, we have 1 midwife.
Okay.
And then 2 enrolled nurses.
Okay.
Yeah, some of them on leave. The midwife is also on maternity leave. So I'm the only one left taking in charge on their behalf. We conduct emergency delivery. We have been taught how to conduct emergency delivery. So I will do my best. If in case it beyonds me, then I refer the person to local Presby Hospital.
Okay.
We will call for the ambulance or any. If the person can sit on a motor tricycle, we call for it and then we transport the person to the hospital. At times, most of the clients here, some of them, they have serious BP cases. At times, they will come here and then their BP will shoot to, let's say, 200, and then the systolic will be 200 plus and diastolic 100 plus, and then they will be almost convulsing. So we have to transport them to Donko Krom. I will look out for the one who is doing the massive work.
Okay, okay.
Yes. And then I will look at it that when I vote, I won't waste my vote.
Yeah.
I'll vote for the one who is bringing impact to our area. GM has been a president before, and he has done a lot for Ghana and then so many constituencies. So looking at what he did in the past, we also believe that he can do more than what he did. So he can be an option.
He can be an option?
Yes.
But you don't think he'll be the main? What of Bawumia?
Bawumia, all are good, but you know, when it comes to certain key things like this, we know whom we vote to. We've heard that he has built not only this chips compound, he has built about 3 of them at places that I've heard of it, but I haven't been there. But my colleagues who are working there are telling me that it was through her that chips compound came into existence.
Okay. So we just spoke to the doctor at the chips compound at Abotanse, but I have another resident here. From Plains North, this year, and I say Abotanse hano. Problem titru ben pa ne wo ha. Obesanka like penyifu hu anase wo empini hu no ye hu adwuma.
Okay, Abotanse de nka problem we wo ho na se bia light asem. Because
ahamuni light.
Omuni ye ni light.
Hey.
Ye ni light, but na MP so obeye light no.
Okay.
Ba ya no mo ba ye no. So almost say MP ye de na che say.
Me pacho. Wan no money ya.
Me pacho MPP fuo.
Eba
ye no.
Okay.
Omo kire say MP ye light ne de na che say omo ba ye no mo ambe ye omo adwuma. Enti MP de nkrofo bi free Accra ba ye be check I have say light problem ye de wa ha senti say MP ye de force MP force ya but MPP for am pene say honorable MP enye de enye light na che say oya o meka say omomre so na wa ye light no na omo asisi no kura but wo hwe say omo connect wires ni adenti still ogusu gina ne nanso a wo pese oye light na de ye ma Abotanse fu.
It's still a rainy day here. It has been hectic driving all the way from Donko Krom to Agalakopa through the woods and thick forest with no building in sight on a deplorable road. It's very serious. We are at, as I said, Agalakopa, and this is what Honorable Betty is building. There's a 3-classroom block. This used to be their classroom, also in a deplorable state. But she came to the aid of her people to build this, which is still under construction. According to her, she will be done shortly for the people in Agalakopa to start. They wouldn't have to travel all the way from here to Donkokrom. This will be their main classroom. It's still a rainy day, and the show is still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV.
Tornado, Ntako.
Tako. Oh, okay.
Ntako.
Ntako. Oh, okay. Morocco, and can you America food them na mi vivien le Agala Kopa?
Miola, mio school mele, mio school mele. Madabala woni mi akama te wunni.
Okay.
Mi ga pele mu be miola mio monya. More le mienti.
Yeah.
Mohami mi denyeju. Azon corner my school yo kana supoma teachers you mal suko rigin alo kwa jira skola alo no skola mala womo kama mala woni mutas de yo no va teachers you mal skola ali mo suko mal skola ne de yo dana be de yo ha bo skola yi mal no mo.
Oh, okay.
Yambe Mahama na dujini.
Nke jofi, nke jo mama ho wona mi.
Nyonimio. Me tugwabe ame pelentira. Nabe te zole nyeji legie.
Okay.
Nabe nyami dibe hana yene yi.
Okay. Okay. MP Glomele.
MP
No, okay. Yo, merci. Mr. Ntako is letting us know that some of the challenges they're facing here at Agalakopa is the building. They want the 3-block building, school building that Honorable Betty has begun. They want it completed so that their children can also attend school. They want teachers here. They want their clinic so that they can also access medical care, as well as the deplorable state of the road. They want it fixed immediately. He believes JM is coming back to power, and I asked why. He says it's because of JM that Betty has been able to locate them to even come and build this for them. So they want JM to continue, as well as bringing much attention to the road for it to be fixed. It's still the campaign trail here on GhanaWeb TV, and today we end our tour in the Afron Plains North Constituency, a stronghold of the NDC. In our interactions with them, they made us understand that the road, the deplorable state of the road, is their main challenge, and they're calling on government intervention. When it comes to vote, some are ready to vote. Others have not even made up their minds to vote. According to them, they have been voting for the past years, but have not seen any development whatsoever in this constituency. So they are not ready to waste their time going to queue at the polling stations to vote. The show is the campaign trail, and my name is Patricia Roxanne Hammond. We continue to our next constituency. Until then, be nice to one another.
Say bang you, servant no. Now what the canty, ya do walk to please. Me buy ya, what the car, one go we are the Nabosiano about, ya do walk to Modi. One be as may you are more about one thing. So about so remember what the count one, ya do walk to please ya. Maybe you are more about one thing. As some of the catch them. To Ghana for Mo abo se mo de prison mo nyina anya ho kwa say. Me ba ya me be yi mo nyina mo ba abefe mo ma. Esika no obi anko anko bo se. Na se karo ko je na se kwa do ba no aso ntime mo. Won time kura sika no. Na kwa mo no ba. Nti we bi ko to aduane ma ba dia say ya chi wa ko to prison. Nti me ba be yi mo nyina wo de prison am de card ye. Be yi mo nyina mo ba wonte. Asa mo ho no.
Anya no. Na po me.
Anya no.
Ah, also ba Fulani for no be me den. Be president of Ghana. Arentia.
Fulani for. Omo kunku akuafo.
Omo yere.
Akuafo omo kunku omo ko to omo ire mo. Ko to Fulani wori ire mo. No kuno, ho de mo ara we de duane.
Oh, okay.
What I mean say, o si what I mean from say pe. E wa no kunku ire no. O ti twa what I mean no. Na na mo ara we.
Okay.
Na bia omo ko akuafo sa, obi aso nka omo pe.
So be president ah.
Awurade.
Omo we dey.
E pa mo nyina obi ara ko. Obi ara ko kurom.
Na, ana Jehovah Witness for so be me dey.
Ana so dey me ye fe na mo ma je card me me ento. So wo se ento aba. The card me ye de ma so ka to bi.
Debi.
Ya se am fan to aba. Ana mo ba je na ndo go dem a. Na risi ya to aba na. We se na me nipa anto bi enti. Ana we se na me nipa anto bi enti na ma na anso. Mo bi la fi se le ho afo aje ho go dem. Mo aje ho go dem enti na anso. Enti se kai. Na se nya be se pemiensa. Ye be se akoto aba no na pemi na mo apem ko. Mo apem no. The whole for Nigeria.
To be president.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
You can't just say card. You go to them. If I your business, you say I'm fan to Aba.
Fan to Aba.
Yes, Auntie Beba. School free. No, I'm the buy.
President.
The American when you start a paper. Oh, him I travel. What's up with anymore? Why that baby? I'm fast. I'm a man chair and I don't know some will travel. Or not over anymore. There's one try that chair will be a. Ya what you have seven my area. Men kata no, masaya wie. O ka same ye so de abaika, me beka. Me kata ye, me ni abaika. Me biaso. Me de chere mo na mo kama me. Me ni abaika. What the book ya the challenge that can hold the fake at home. So be a 1 year if you don't watch it. And yeah, will be a 1 year gonna and then I'm going to face when you say I'm going to buy it. When I go and buy you, we are day more. We are day more. The bonfire and I'm going to tell it. But be also 1 year of it, where your bass from home, where you need pass from home. The poor basso, the poor basso, I didn't for one of I don't know what it is. But I can't say, what's it? Anytime you don't want to say, yeah, your Mahama can be said. And so say, Guy may a family. Now, my baby, no more, you. I buy and say, I using to enforce the bar say, will be quite church, you know. I won't clone in our clatter since I. Where the above more can say, or your best sign. One fat in the fear number. No one found 1 number. To me, I was say, I did, and one more side be added for if you know my dear phone number goes so. One more at me, no, so what you have. That's also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch church or not about you anymore. I found that I do. I don't know. I'm very I was saying, I remember. Yeah, no, I'm very stuck as saying, That's not what my mind and ye. I'm in some way, so you be yellow. And yellow.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor, as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Over 15,000 people in Ghana are believed to suffer from kidney disorders, which require dialysis treatment. Kidney disorders of any form are quite serious because they affect the function of the kidney, which includes the cleaning of the blood so that a person's organs will function effectively. In effect, having a kidney disorder means that you'll not be able to live life as usual. Sometimes you may not be able to even work to earn a living. GhanaWeb, as part of its organ donation campaign, will be speaking.
Welcome to another episode of Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV. We are at the court complex in Accra. We're going to speak to lawyer Martin Kpebu. We want to bring you some legal interpretations to all the things that have been happening in the last few weeks. And if you were not aware, Parliament and the Supreme Court have been engaged in what people call a standoff because the Speaker of Parliament, Abang Babin, ruled on a motion that was brought to him some days back from the minority about some 4 seats in Parliament, where eventually the seats were declared vacant. But the majority, the MPP at the time, took the matter to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court actually ruled that the decision of the Speaker of Parliament be stayed. Now that turned into another matter for this country to be on tenterhooks. But when the Speaker of Parliament eventually reconvened Parliament on October 22, Tuesday, he only did what many people think was perhaps the best decision, to adjourn the House indefinitely. Let's understand the legal implications of all of these and how this might affect the pending elections in December. My name is Echi Atisu. Come along, let's speak to Martin Kpebu. Lawyer Martin Kpebu, first of all, we know in the last week and over what's happening in Parliament, the eventful things that have happened in Parliament, from the vacation of some 4 seats up onto the Supreme Court matter. First of all, what do you make of all that has happened in the last week? The Supreme Court issue, the Speaker of Parliament actually now adjourning Parliament indefinitely. What do you make of all the events that have happened the past week?
I take it that Ghana is also going through its own challenges, okay, as part of the process of maturation of our democracy. Yes, it's a process. It's just like the way a child is born. It doesn't start sitting from day one. It lies on its back. It can only lie down, right? Then eventually the child is able to sit. Then later it's able to crawl and then walk, etc. So in the same way, our democracy is growing. So these events that have happened are a normal part of the growth. Because you see, let's look at it. January 7th into January 7th, 2021. There was a brawl in Parliament where people fought, right? But this time you see that they avoided the fight with the majority just walking out. So it shows you that we are growing. Good. So that's a sign of growth. Other parliaments, the big democracies, you look at the UK, look at US, yes, they've had those challenges over 100 years ago. People fought in those parliaments too. Even in some of the parliaments were burnt down by angry citizens. Of course, that was over 100 years ago. I'm not justifying these things happening, but it's a fact of life that it takes time to mature. We cannot run away from it. There are Supreme Court decisions, okay, Clocksack versus Attorney General, where the Supreme Court even looked at it and admitted that we are not yet there. So the maturation is a process. It's not a one-day event, okay? So that's it. That I'm just facing realities that these things will happen no matter how they will happen. So the upshot is that once now you see that my understanding is that they are negotiating a peaceful coexistence, a peaceful resolution of it. We are on the right path. You can't avoid these things. They are unavoidable as part of the process of maturation and growth.
Okay. Now, the decision by the Speaker of Parliament to actually adjourn the House indefinitely, many people say that that was not perhaps the smartest move that the Speaker made, or that the Speaker was just running away from handling the issue head on. What do you make of that?
No, I vehemently disagree. That was the best that the Speaker could do in the circumstances, because don't forget, tempests were very high. That's why I said I compared the matter of 22nd October 2024 to the events of 6th and 7th January 2021. 6th and 7th January, when they couldn't agree, the MPs resorted to a fight. There was a brawl, complete fight, right? Mutaka, the other people, the Carlos Ahinkura taking the ballots and all that fight in Parliament. To the extent that they avoided it this time, it's a sign of growth and maturation. So you could see that clearly the Speaker was unhappy. But going into the sitting of 22nd October, many people had spoken to the speaker, and he himself admits that that process had not yet been completed. So you see that the majority leader mentions that the speaker said he's adjourning in order to go and continue with the consultation. So people who are saying that wasn't the best, I mean, it's a democracy. They are entitled to their opinions. But as I've mentioned, in the circumstances of this case, that was the best. When it says indefinitely, it doesn't mean for years. You see that the same constitution provides that 15% of the membership of parliament can petition or requisition a meeting, and you see it's been done. They required about 41 MPs, right? And the MPP got it. So they've requisitioned the speaker to recall parliament, right? So it's part of the legal process. No, please, before we say speaker didn't do well, we should analyze all the facts. With Tempest High, didn't you see that in the chamber, the majority, and now we don't even know which is majority and which is minority. So let's say all the members sought to sit on one side, each NDC caucus claiming that they are majority, MPP also claiming they are majority. So they sat on the same side, right? Yes, that would have been a recipe, probably a recipe for chaos if they attempted to go on. You could see tempests were high. So when tempests are high, you have to withdraw and temporize. That's how it's done. Yes.
Now, the MPP has actually made a move to get the speaker to recall parliament. And like you alluded earlier, there's also the other composition of some members of parliament who are trying to get the speaker to call back the House. Now, first of all, I want to understand whether this is a move that should have been made by a political party. Is that something that any provisions of our constitution allows for, that a political party could be asking perhaps the Speaker of Parliament to recall Parliament?
Okay, so my understanding of it is that, you see, the constitution says 15% of the members of Parliament. So unless maybe I didn't see something, but I thought it's the MPP members of Parliament who did the requisition. Is that correct? So that's allowed. As members of Parliament, it's the members who can come together, at least 15%, and requisition, ask that Parliament be recalled. So it's a constitutional provision that they've invoked or activated. So it's fine that they do it that way.
Okay. So there have been other people who have also said that the decision of the Supreme Court in the matter that we're talking about, when the MPP MPs actually went to the Supreme Court to seek the interpretation of what happened. Like you mentioned, the Speaker of Parliament did what was right at the time. But some other people argue that the Supreme Court could have also handled the matter a little differently, because around the same time, tempests were really high. What would you, I know you might not be able to talk against the ruling of the Supreme Court justices, but do you agree that maybe another way could have been taken in terms of handling that ruling? Could the Supreme Court have also allowed the Speaker's ruling to have also just been the case?
Yes. Oh, it's not difficult to say that the Supreme Court didn't handle the matter well at all. Afterwards, I will send you, last week I was on TV3, the key points. And even before last Saturday, the decision came on Friday afternoon. That same Friday afternoon, we started analyzing and we said the Supreme Court was totally wrong. They were just wrong. It was a very bad decision. They didn't handle it well. But you see, right now, I don't want to go on and on because we must move on. The court itself, I'm sure they've seen that it's not the best. But human beings make mistakes. And I'm on record. So many interviews I've already granted. So I just decided that right now, so in this interview, I don't want to go on and on about how the Supreme Court didn't get it right. We all make mistakes. The saving grace is that at least the country has not gone into war because of the decision. So it is my firm belief that this is time for us to concentrate on the solutions, concentrate on resolving the matter, because we've already bashed the Supreme Court enough. It's all over. I would send you, maybe you can play that one back, a full session on, analyzing and showing what went wrong. But I've decided that it's okay. Let's move on, because we all make mistakes. It happens.
You speak of solutions. What are the solutions going forward from here? There's an adjournment. There's a Supreme Court order of the sort. Where do we go from here?
Yes, so the Speaker having adjourned, my understanding is that, as he himself, not just understanding, he said that to do further consultation. So my understanding there is that he'll be talking to the peace entrepreneurs, the peace entrepreneurs, that's the big stakeholders, governance experts, etc., so that they try to fashion a way, calm tempers. And then they will negotiate something, because obviously the decision is a slap in the face of Parliament. It has done a lot of violence to the this and that, the way the Constitution is structured, the institutions of governance as three co-equal arms: the judiciary, executive, and then the legislature, right? This decision has sort of rocked the boat too much, and as I've said, we don't want to go into details about what totally went wrong. Okay, we've discussed enough of that. So I think the consultations will be how to reach middle ground, so that the Supreme Court decision will guide the Parliament going forward. That's to say, middle ground, meaning that, look, the restraining orders were set to be in operation, or the Supreme Court made the order that Parliament is restrained until the end of the decision of the Speaker is suspended until the Supreme Court finishes dealing with the matter. I believe these are things that they can negotiate. I mean, get middle ground, and then perhaps go back to court to vary the order, or they will just agree that, listen, well, the Supreme Court is decided this way, but they can come together and fashion middle ground. Yes. So once the talks are going on, let's see what comes up. Yes.
You understand the law better, so help us. Maybe we would know from here whether the NDC is right to say that they are still majority or not. Now, the Speaker acted on a provision of the Constitution, and he ruled and said that this was the case. That overturned the structure in Parliament at the time, making the NDC the majority. Help us. Where does who stand? Are the MDC right to say they are majority now? The MPP as well, from what happened in the Supreme Court, can they also say that that decision had been overturned? Help us understand that better.
Yes, so in matters like this, if we are speaking pure law, okay, to the extent that, yes, the Speaker declared the 4 seats vacant, so the NDC are right in saying they are majority. But we also understand that, yes, notwithstanding everything, we're a country of laws. The Supreme Court has given an order which seeks to restore the majority to the MPP. Okay, so but now is the implementation of it that the Speaker hasn't done yet. So right now, let's say that we are in an uncertain state until the Speaker comes to say, yes, this is the decision of the Supreme Court, we are going by it. So for now, it's impossible to say who is majority and who is minority, because the Supreme Court has reversed the Speaker's decision. But the Speaker is yet to put it into implementation. The Speaker is yet to implement the decision. So so we don't know whether he's accepting it or not. But we hope he's accepting it, because he says he's adjourning the sitting for consultations to continue. That's why earlier I mentioned that. So the way I see it is that they will agree on something, middle of the road. It's give and take. You see, let's mention that when a court gives a decision, it doesn't always mean that everything that the court says is what will be done. There is opportunity to compromise it. So let me give you a simple example, but even though here it may not be 100%, we can't go in, but I just want a simple example. So you are, your name again? Eche, and then the cameraman? Richard. So Eche, let's say that Richard owes you $1 million. You come to court. This is the court complex. You win the case. Now, you go back. The fact that the court says go for $1 million doesn't mean that you must at all costs take the $1 million from Richard. No, it's your money. So you can look at it and say, look, Richard, you and I, we work as a team. We've been doing this work for a while. So because of our relationship, so many things and etc., out of the $1 million, just give me $50,000 and that will be the end. If you sign on it, that's it. So though you may be holding a court judgment that says take $1 million from Richard, if you, Eche, you agree to take $50,000 to cancel the rest of the $950,000, it's not a matter for the court. It's your matter. So I'm just showing that's a simple example. Here it's a bit complex because it involves the Constitution, but I'm telling you that notwithstanding, still they will be able to negotiate some things that let's agree some middle grounds. Yeah, it's very important that they do the negotiation and get middle grounds so that we can move on Because obviously, the NDC don't look like they are ready to accept the decision just the way it is. They want something. So, it's politics, like horse trading. So I think we shouldn't preempt the situation. Let them come out. They will come out with something that will look workable, if not beautiful. At least it will be workable enough for our democracy to move forward.
Is this the time for us to revisit the conversation on looking at our constitution and amending certain parts of that constitution?
Absolutely. Look, you see, that's why I say, listen, in every cloud, there's a silver lining, right? Yes, every crisis creates opportunities. So we are seeing how our constitution is sick. The constitution is lopsided. The constitution is so bad, right? So that we will be doing reforms. And this Supreme Court decision, one of the first lessons it's teaching us is that in the constitution, when we are doing the reforms, we should look to take away the power of the president to appoint Supreme Court judges. Even the Supreme Court itself is not exactly, at least let me mention the Chief Justice publicly. She has said the president, some of the constitutional provisions that give the president disciplinary powers over the judges, all judges, Superior Court judges, she doesn't like. So you see, if a Chief Justice at her vetting can say, if you want to remove a judge, you have to, Superior Court judge, that's High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, you have to route it through the presidency, etc. The Chief Justice says it's not good. My point is that that's not all that I believe, that there is more that the Chief Justice wants. So the point is that, at least right now in the Constitution, apart from the president nominating these judges, also when it comes to discipline, he's holding or he looms large. So we need to reform and totally insulate the appointment of judges from the executive, so that we will make the judiciary more independent. There are other occasions the Chief Justice has complained that the executive was starving the judiciary of funds. They will not release money so that the court will not function well. So if they are not releasing money, what do you think it does? It tends to compromise the judicial system, because they will then try to do things that will please the executive so that the money will be released quickly. So as for constitutional reforms, almost every problem we get, it boils down to this our sick constitution. So it's good. As for reforming this constitution, the new government has to reform the constitution. We will have to do a lot of amendments, or maybe a total overhaul, because this constitution definitely is very sick. It wasn't meant for these times that we are in now.
Lawyer, just finally, before I let you go, we're just a few weeks to a crucial major elections. This that has happened in Parliament and from the Supreme Court angle and everything, is this going to affect the composition or even the arrangements for the elections in any way? Should we be worried that such things are happening only weeks before a major election like this?
Well, naturally, yes. We cannot totally discount these events. No, we will be naive to discount these events totally. But I also see that the Ghanaian spirit, we are very resilient people. So we'll surmount it. I can see that at the end of the day, Ghana will keep together. Yes, though there are troubling indications, we are not happy with the way the EC is not willing to do the forensic audit. Because if the EC has nothing to fear, why won't EC do the forensic audit for the whole world to see, like was done in Kenya, etc.? So this Supreme Court decision yes, it has come to reduce confidence in the judicial system, etc. We can't run away from that. But if you look at Ghana, you see, the way we intermarry, we intercohabit, etc. No, we can't plunge this country into a state of war. No, I don't see that. We will pull through. I mean, to be very clear, Akufo-Addo and Bawumia have performed poorly. I have no doubt whatsoever that we are going to vote against the MPP resoundingly. I have no doubt whatsoever. I supported Akufo-Addo. I've never voted for JM. But right now, today, I can't play ostrich. NDC is the biggest opposition. They usually have at least about 45%. So they need just about 5% to cross. So people like us, the floating voters, who usually change. Yes, we'll go in that direction. We can't hide it, because with the way Akufo-Addo and Bawumia have looted this country, I cannot vote for Bawumia. Bawumia, listen, his in-law, Ramadan, Samira's brother, took a scholarship, about £18,000. He didn't attend the school. He couldn't even arrange to defer the admission. So the money just went into a drain, about 18,000 pounds. You know how many students I could have catered for here? Bawumia's brothers are taking sole sourcing contracts for road construction, etc. The cocoa board roads, right? Other things, PDS, Bawumia was involved in. So many things. I voted for them in 2016. I cannot vote for the same Bawumia. No, I'll be rewarding corruption. So he has to go. Let somebody else come. At least there's solace is that JM, when it comes to the records, his fight, okay, his record on corruption is better than Akufo-Addo and Bawumia. JM's lowest mark on the fight against corruption was 43. Akufo-Addo, since he came, he and Bawumia, for the 7 years, their best mark is 43. So JM's lowest is Akufo-Addo's best. I mean, so, and of course, it's not just Akufo-Addo. If you read Article 76, etc., Bawumia helps the president. Yes, he's vice president. He can't run away from that record. So, based on the record, look, corruption, press freedom, democracy index, and the economy, JM has it. I mean, let's be very factual. Not because he's an angel, but relatively. You see, we are comparing relatively. It's not like we have Angel Gabriel in the mix and we are refusing to vote. Angel Gabriel is not part of this election. We are comparing Bawumia and John Mahama. And it's clear that John Mahama is a better candidate. So he will win. That one, I have no doubt.
Lawyer, thank you very much. This is lawyer Martin Pebu, and we just dragged him out of court actually this morning just to discuss the things that have been happening in the last few weeks from Parliament into the Supreme Court and how that portends for the upcoming general elections on December 7. My name is Echi Atisu, and this has been Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV.
Now the county, you walk to prison. Maybe I want the car. One go we are the Nabosiano about. You walk to Modi. One be as may you are more about one. So about who remember what the count one you walk to prison. Maybe you are more about one thing. As someone may catch them. The Ghana for more about was saying with the prison when you are young was it. Maybe I am a baby in our mother. I will remember. The Sicano will be uncle was here. The Sicano, that's a common over no assault to him, won't even cross the Cano. The common over, and to which you control the animal, I say, and you walk to prison. And to me, baby, you want the prison and what the cardiac, baby, you know about one thing. Some more.
And yeah, no. Now, for me, I also buy a friend for November Day, my president of Ghana. Arita. Oh, Mary.
I could have formed a kunku, I want to avoid them. What took any of them?
Okay.
What I will say was what I will from say, Pet. I want no cook. What you shout at me? None of one of it.
Okay.
Let be our work for us. Will be out on time.
So, by President,
I will be
nah, and I, Joe Barrett for so many.
So they may have been a magic card. So I was saying to the card, the master to be.
Debbie,
yes, I'm fan to have. And I'm begging to go with them. Now, this year, Trabana was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I was in the pan to be empty, and I'm an answer. When we have visited a whole of one year with them, I want you with them, and then answer. It is a kind. Let's say, your best payments are. The best I got to have an empty me. That's the mapping. The whole of one idea. They didn't know what I was.
To be president.
Oh, magic card.
But the card,
I can't just say the card, no talk to them. Never for your business. Yes, I'm fan to have.
Fan to have.
As Auntie Bar. School friend, I'm the buy. The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by your travel, what's up with anymore? Why that baby? I'm fast a hand. I am a man chair and I don't know some travel, or no sort of thing. There's one try that chair will be a. Yeah, Ya what you have sent my baby. Men Catano, my son, what can send me? I saw the Abaika, Rebecca. Make that any, many Abaika. Maybe I saw. The chairman, I won't have many Abaika. what the book are the challenging that can hold the plane can hold. So, yeah, one year I feel what you and yeah, will be a 1 year than and then I'm going to have when you say I'm going to never. When I go I never you, we are day more. We are day more. The vampire said I'm going to anthology, but be so 1 year of it, where your bass from go, where your nippers from go, the poor basso, the poor basso, I didn't pay for no thing. I don't know what it is. Maybe I can't what's it? Any type you don't want to say. Yeah, your Mahama can be said. And so say, Guy may a famine. Now, maybe no more you. I ban say, I using to enforce the bar say, will be unquote church, you know. I won't crone in our clatter since I. Where the above more can say, or your best sign. One fat in the fear no man. No one found one for no man. To me, I was say, I did, and one was say, be if you are no man, if one of my goso. One more at me, that's what you have. That's also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch your channel, I bet you anymore. Yeah, no. I found that I do. I don't know that. I'm very sure I was saying, I'm a that's not what I'm on. I'm in some way, and
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first 2 symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes.
Okay.
But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Share me some mama kwaba edeba asem sebe kase eboso ewo GhanaWeb TV so ensama hodo a ekoso ewo Ghana hanum ene mpono amanaman ena ya na impempi abobo ano na ediri nyina aba abesommo mi amede kase boyi ebre mu midia ne mame akuache na me hya me nsama asedia na me kwa kopie mu ewo eye MPP amanyoko no akache na omuguso a eye campaigns ahodo ewo eye Ghana hanum enam so ena asin central mrahye bedwane Kennedy Japan a enka nimpo na nka o hwese e beto ne so aba na be frankato fa ma MPP amanyoko na di nsemfo ahodo bi ekokoto dwa ochema na nse we hu trend bi ewo MPP amanyoko ni pa de bi on bekwa campaign bia ene omokwa anyumi ena ye wo sisi fia ni bi beto nyum saa na omabo ewo stage so emrekwa NDC amanyoko no eye door to door ne house to house campaign ochema afi 2008 saa no mugina stage so ani asei ni nyom ekokọ wiem na cheso malu su sei poto anu nti ochema asa afi we nso so mpese ni course 2008 no ebesa be mu 2024 dia e wo se MPP amanyoko no omomo ni eda ho ankasa na migusuwa ejina amanyosem ho nsense mu nso a ene Dr. Bawumia a ono sumpo etu franka edi ama MPP amanyoko no atubi ye pa edi ama ne John Dramani Mahama a ono sumpo etu franka edi ama NDC amanyoko no na eye Dr. Bawumia echirema na nsen wu so manfo bi eye mehihie omu ye pa enu ntino akwakọ wie mu statisi ade adane eye atemdidie na omanfo enim se na nsen temu ene MPP ni NDC ni eye Dr. Bawumia otu nsemfo aduonum ede mane Mahama no na Mahama nso to 5 bi ede amane no ekokọ wiem no kra de ene stupid bi ebe mu enu ena Bawumia yechem na waka sesei ti wanhu sesisi ano oba belu so nti ene adane atemdidie bado chema enye wa atemdidie a obedidi ono Bawumia ene bema wawini se wudi na temo se wendi na temo ene chema afi 2024 abato no ene bekire afi so papa so kasi wenim dua se enye ade a wo bewini no matter what insult bi a ode be mane ono Dr. Bawumia na minfree MPP any NDC hu nsensem nso na minkonko pie mu ewo eye Supreme Court na eye Supreme Court adi nsemfo bi atodwa a omuchemu se omomo honumi ana omudan na esi wonom sa no he mampeni nie na bedi ekire nie omomu bia enutumi ewo omoso se ebia omo kotena asem bi so na ekwa akọwiem na mudi asem ni wi a na obi aba begina nchen akase an enya ade amepene ana so ochina ochema mu mienu nche so obi eni honuma owotumi esen eye Supreme Court kra afesumpo untimi enchire omo ni omo nye afi omu chire ma ase omu kan semfo bi ano mu di asem bi wie na woni wo begina ekire be ka sen an ene ne amu kan ye no ene ntesa na fo ne kosi se sa de no kra ne chemu se wabu mra so afi sumpo no so mu di asem wie na so wo begina ekire e be ka sen amu ye di ensem fata na wo pa che so no Supreme Court no enim ne left and right enu nti omu chire ma omu de so omu tena se e kan asem wie a eno anu no bi ani ekire a obetumi aba be ka sen nsam na mo ye ya na ne amu di ye no enya ade a ese fata Minko insemfu from unso dia ene na social media aye he esanse ora aye frɛ no se eye Kwame Owusu fodwo dodo na anim se Dr. UN aye video bi aba betudwa na video ni mo no e na o chem se sisi ade ohia moa o ohia 400,000 Ghana cedis e de akwakoye surgery esanse oyare yi ankasankasa ene obobo ya bo nua TV ni media general e shatawale din wom sa akodi edin wom ne nkeka wo kire masankofo enyina no odan omo eno nto won pesika bi famre no se ne be ya obetumi e de akwakoye surgery no neno na social media fo echem se ye papa we pan ado kase Ghana fo ye huru enim ekosoro ana ne wo tse abrante etese wo utumi eye awo ye bi wo hono ma feeding bottle ene ye chobi na we decorate no dia ni nyina in the name of na ye UN ambassador ene fine ne kosi sen ni nyina eche Ghana fo anka hwe wo san baya wo so wo yare ebi mu kire ma we die eye scan scam ankazangasa opeso obeji omanfo sikedi Ghana fo bi kire ma omo nje sa dia ni ntumu kra ebi mu so kire ma ene sa akode wu se ya wabo wudin se wo so obo homode san se o ma water bottle eno ni se no ejina wo for life ene social media omanfo eke koma dwin ye pa ede kire eye Dr. UN ankazangasa men sorry men sam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo etifido mantemu eye boko mpotemu omanfo enim sesisi omo conflict asan ama ne homini so biem ema ba be todwa se nipa mienu enam so ato nananom ewo nsiedo na omu chema emu baako eye mampusi ni ena baako so efi Togo na ye chema eye omu mienu ene ni ofi Togo yise ni papa eyare ena chese ofi Togo eba be hye no ba ekomia kwa ese kokko wiem na chese wato nananom ewo nsiedo enu ntino na chese mafa ni mu no ede ko eye Togo akwa akosie no ewo honom omudru kwan so a ene ye chirema momfa moniema ngu wo kokko wiem na chese abo muto ama mato nananom ewo nsiedo ema tumu sa yare wosem ewo eye boko important honum ankasankasa ene na ha ena mede eye anopa kaseboyi ebesi nyame yadoma ewia ne aka no so yede nyina eba besom me amede kaseboyi ebre mu mediane mame akuache ewia ye besan so ede ne aka no aba besom
say bang you, Sabantino. A graph of a kunku, I want to avoid them, what to anywhere in them. No, what the one I read, the granny. What I will say was what I will from say, pet. I want no cook anymore. What you shout at me, none of one I read.
Okay.
Let be our work for us, will be out on time.
So, by President,
over there, I will be a
nah, and I, Joe Barrett is from somewhere.
I also damn a card, so I was saying to the card, the master to be.
Debbie,
yes, I'm fan to and I'm begging to go with them. Not this year to Abana, I was saying I'm in the pan to be empty, and I was in the pan to be empty, and I'm an answer. When we have visited a half, I go with them. I want to go with them, and then it is a kind. Let's say, I will say, payments are. The rest I got trouble and then payment. That's the Martin. The whole one I didn't know.
To be President.
Oh, magic card. But the card, no. I can't just say the card, no, to them. Never for your business. Yes, I'm Fantuaba. As Auntie be back. School friend, I'm the buy. The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by a travel, what's up with anymore? Why, baby, I'm fast a hand. I am a man chair and I don't know some travel or no sort of thing. There's one try that chair will be a. Yeah, what you have a semen, my area. When Catano, my say, what can summon it? I saw the Abaika, Rebecca. Make that any, many Abaika. Maybe yes, the chairman, I won't have many Abaika. What the book are, the charity that can hold the faith at home. So, be a 1 year if you don't want to, and yeah, will be a 1 year and and then I'm going to have when you say I'm going to buy when I go and buy you, we are day more. We are day more. The vampires and I'm going to tell it. Be also 1 year of it, where your bass from home, where your new personal home, the poor basso, I didn't go no I don't know what it is. Maybe I can't what's it? Any type you don't want to say. Yeah, your Mahama can be said. And so say, I may have family. Now, maybe no me you. I buy and say, I will listen to enforce the bar say, will be on quite church, you know. I won't crone in our class. Since I where the other more can say, hold your best sign. One fat in the fear no ma. No one found one for no ma. To me, I was say, I did, and one more side be added if you no money for no ma go so. One more at me, Nasa what you have. Nasa also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch church and not about to anymore. No. I found that I do. I don't know. My baby, I'm just out there. I'm not that's not what I'm on. I'm not so much to get it. And yeah, no.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@GhanaWeb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Hello and welcome to Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. To our very first story, the economy witnessed a downward trend in 2020 after the country was hit with the deadly coronavirus pandemic. Since its wobbling state following the pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war, the government has implemented measures to put the economy back on a sound footing. One of the measures deployed by government to stabilize the economy was to seek financial assistance from the International Monetary Fund over a 3-year period. While the economy is witnessing some marginal rebound, Ghanaians continue to experience excruciating hardship coupled with rising cost of living and doing business. As the elections draw nigh, the flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has criticized the Vice President and flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Bawumia, for staying mute about matters on the economy. He asked Bawumia to explain to Ghanaians why the cedi keeps depreciating against major trading currencies. He also quizzed him on why inflationary pressure remains high and why the country's debt level keeps ballooning. The aforementioned are the 5 questions the NDC flag bearer posed to Dr. Bawumia while addressing party faithful at a gathering.
I'm going to add one more question. He's on video, and he said that Kumo's time, 1 cedi, $1. Mahama and Mills time, 2 cedis, $1. And that if he were Mills and Mahama, he would resign. I'm asking him, today, $1, 17 cedis.
Russia is seeking unfathomable sum of money from one of the world's largest tech companies. Google reportedly owes the Kremlin more than 2 decillion rubles, a 2 followed by 36 zeros, after refusing to pay fines that are now accruing for blocking pro-Russian channels on YouTube. The virtually unpronounceable penalty amounts to $20 decillion, or around 20 billion trillion dollars. That dwarfs the size of the global economy at $110 trillion. According to the International Monetary Fund figures, the world gross domestic product looks modest in comparison. Google parent Alphabet, meanwhile, has a market value of around $2 trillion. Following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Google curtailed operations in the country, but stopped short of pulling out altogether, in contrast with several other American tech companies. Many of its services, including search and YouTube, continue to be available in the country. Months after the invasion, Google's Russia subsidiary filed for bankruptcy and paused most of its commercial operations after the government seized control of its bank accounts. The Chief Executive Officer of National Petroleum Authority, Dr. Mustafa Hamid, has said Ghana may soon source petroleum products from Nigeria's Dangote oil refinery. He explained that Ghana will import from Nigeria if the refinery has the capacity to produce 650,000 barrels per day. Speaking at the OTL Africa Downstream Oil Conference in Lagos, Dr. Hamid said the move will bring down the prices of petroleum products in Ghana. He noted that Ghana currently spends about $400 million monthly on fuel imports from Europe. Dangote oil refinery built by Nigerian billionaire Aliko Dangote is expected to be fully operational in the first quarter of 2025. The executive director of the Institute of Energy Security, Nana Amoesi VII, says accusing Sanon Asogli Power Plant Limited will not solve the frequent power outages popularly known as Dumso. The Minister of Finance, Dr. Mohammed Amin Adam, has accused the management of the power plant of acting in bad faith for shutting down its plant over debts owed to them. Speaking to the media at the close of the annual IMF World Bank meetings in Washington, D.C., he said Asogli submitted the final agreement for our review. We reviewed it and we are fine with it except for one issue, which led to the shutdown. So, when the Ministry of Finance made the one-off payment to all IPPs, we were supposed to pay Asogli $30 million, and subsequently, they made a case for another $30 million, but we did not agree to that. So we finalized the negotiations with them on arrears. Speaking on the Morning Star, monitored by GhanaWeb Business, Nana Amoesi VII mentioned that accusations will not solve the problem of intermittent power outages, popularly known as Dumso, we are currently facing. He further said the Minister of Finance accused Sanon Asogli of demanding more money out of frustration. He advised that there is a need for productive discussion to champion strategic cohesion, adding that at least a substantial amount could be paid to bring Asogli back on board. Flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Dramani Mahama, has once again criticized the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, for refusing to answer the 5 questions he posed. His comments come after Dr. Bawumia posed 150 questions to him and asked for a debate instead on the economy. Reacting to this at a gathering on Wednesday, October 30th, Mahama accused Bawumia of destroying the economy and urged him to address the issues to give Ghanaians some relief. Mahama also said Dr. Bawumia needs to explain to Ghanaians why government borrowed 42 billion cedis from the Bank of Ghana and why he has ditched the economy to focus on digitalization. The Ghana cedi is currently trading at 17 cedis to $1. The cedi, which has been under pressure throughout the year, recorded relative stability in July this year, while inflationary pressures continued declining. However, checks by GhanaWeb Business as of October 30th, 2024 show that the cedi is trading at 17 cedis to the dollar, while the pound is trading at 21 cedis, 66 pesos in some major forex bureaus across the country. Additionally, the euro is trading at 18 cedis, 7 pesos on the retail market. The situation will further worsen the woes of the Ghanaian economy amidst the pricing behavior of businesses. According to Bloomberg, the cedi has traded almost 1% lower against the dollar in the past month after declining in value by almost 24% this year. Many thanks for joining us on today's edition of Biz Headlines on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sawa Asante. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and X at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. Once again, my name is Ernestina Sawa Asante. Do have a lovely weekend.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Ghana this year, Mr. Mama Kwaba Edeba Asemsebe Kasiebo so ewo GhanaWeb TV so. Ensama hodo a ekoso ewo Ghana hanum ene mpono amanaman ena ya na impempi ya boaboano na edini nyina aba abesommo. Mi amede kasebo yi ebre mu midin ne mame akuache. Na mehya me nsama asedia na mekwa akopie mu ewo eye MPP amanyoko no akache. Na omuguso a eye campaigns ahodo ewo eye Ghana hanum. Enam so ena asin central mrahye bedwane kedede Japan a enka nimpo na nka o hwese ebeto ne so aba na be frankato fama MPP amanyoko na di nsemfo ahodo bi ekwakoto dwa ochema nanse we hu trend bi ewo MPP amanyoko ni pa de bi on bekwa campaign bia ene omokwa anyumi ena ye wo sisifia ni bi beto nyum saa na omabo ewo stage so emrekwa NDC amanyoko no eye door to door ni house to house campaign ochema afi 2008 saa no mugina stage so ani asei ni nyum ekokọ wiem na cheso malu se poto enu nti ochema saa afi we nso so ho pese ni course 2008 no ebesan be mu 2024 dia e wo se MPP amanyoko no omomo ni eda ho ankasa na migusuwa ejina amanyosem ho nsensem mu nso a ene Dr. Mahama Bawumia a ono sumpo etu franka ede ama MPP amanyoko no atubi ye pa ede ama ne John Dramani Mahama a ono sumpo etu franka ede ama NDC amanyoko no na eye Dr. Mahama Bawumia echirema na nsen wu so manfo bi eye mehihie omu ye pa enu ntino akwakọ wiemu statisi ade adane eye atemdidie na omanfo enim se na nsen temu ene MPP ni NDC ni eye Dr. Mahama Bawumia otu nsemfo aduonum ede mane Mahama no na Mahama nso to 5 bi ede amane no ekokọ wiem no kra de ene stupid bi ebe mu enu ena Bawumia ye chem na waka sesei ti we hu sesisi ano oba belu so nti ene adane atemdidie bado chema enye wa atemdidie a obedidi ono Bawumia ene bema wawini se wudi na temo se wendi na temo ene chema afi 2024 abato no ene be kire afi to papa so kasi wenim dia se enye ade a wo be wini no matter what insults bia ode be mane ono Dr. Mahama Bawumia na minfree MPP any NDC hu nsensem nso na minkonko pie mu ewo eye Supreme Court na eye Supreme Court adi nsemfo bi atodwa a omuchemu se omomo honum yi ana omo dan na esi wonom sa no he mampeni nie na bedi ekire nie omomu bia enu tumi ewo omoso se ebia omo kotena asem bi so na ekwa akowiem na mudi asem ni wi a na obi aba begina nchen akase an enya de amepeni ana ene ana so ochina ochema mu mienu ni nchese obi enu honum a owo tumi esen eye Supreme Court kra afeso mpo untimi enchire omo ni omonye afi omu chirema ase omu kansemfo bi anomu di asem bi wie na wuni ubegina ekire be kase an ene ne amoka ye no ene ntesa na efo ne kosi sesa de no kra na chemu se wabu mra so afi sumpo no so omu di asem wie na so ubegina ekire ebe kase ne amu ye di ensem fata na wo pa che so no Supreme Court no enim ne left and right enu nti omu chirema omu de so omu tena se eka asem wie a eno anu no bi ani ekire a obetumi aba be kase ensem na moye ye na ne amu di ye no enya ade a ese fata Minko insemfu from nso dia ene na social media aye he esanse ora aye friend no se eye Kwame Owusu Fodwo dodo na nim se Dr. UN aye video bi aba betudwa na video ni mo no e na o chem se sisi ade ohia moa o ohia 400,000 Ghana cedis e de akwakoye surgery esanse oyare yi ankasankasa ene obobo ya bo nua TV ni media general shatawale din wom sa akode edin wom ne nkeka wo kire masankofo enyina no odan omo eno nto won pesika bi famre no se ne be ya obetumi e de akwakoye surgery no neno na social media fo echem se ye papa we pan adoka se Ghana fo ye ru enim ekosoro na wo se abranti etese wo utumi eye award ye bi wo hono ma feeding bottle ene e chobi na we create no dia ni nyina in the name of now ye UN ambassador ene fine ne kosi sen ni nyina eche Ghana for anka hwe wo san baya wo so wo yare ebi mu kire ma we de eye scan scam man kazangasa opeso obeji o man fo sikedi Ghana for bi kire ma omo nje sa de ni ntumu kra ebi mu so kire ma ene esa akode wu se ya wabo wudin se wo so obo homode san se o ma water bottle eno ni se no ejina wo for life ene social media o man for eke koma dwin ye pa ede kire eye Dr. UN ankasangasa men sorry men sam so de na me kwa kopie mu ewo etifido mantemu eye boko mpotemu omanfo enim sesisi omo conflict asan ama ne homeni so biem ema ba be todwa se nipa mienu enam so acho nananom ewo nsiedo na omu chema emu baako eye mampusi ni ena baako so efi Togo na ye chema eye omu mienu ene ne ofi Togo yi se ni papa eyare ena chese ofi Togo eba be hye no ba ekomia ko ese kokko wiem na chese wato nananom ewo nsiedo enu ntino na chese mafa ni mu no ede ko eye Togo akwakosie no ewo honom omudru kwan so a ene ye kire ma momfa mo niam ngu kokko wiem na chese abo muto ama mato nananom ewo nsiedo ema tumu sa yare wosem ewo eye boko important honum ankasankasa ene na ha ena mede eye anopa kaseboyi ebesi nyame adoma ewia ne aka no so ye de nyina eba abesom me amede kaseboyi ebre mu mediane mame akuache ewia ye besan so ede ne aka no aba abesom
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Now the canty, Yadi wako to prison. Mebaya, wa the car, one go we are the Nabosiano about Yadi wako to Modi. One be as may you are more about one. So about so remember what the count one Yadi wako to prison. Maybe you are more about one thing. As someone will catch them. The Ghana for more about was saying with the prison when you are young was it. Maybe I am a baby in our mother. I will remember. The Ghana will be uncle of here. This is Carol, that's a common over and was on to him, one to him, Crassicano. The common over, and to which you control the animal, I say, you are to prison. And to me, baby, you want the prison and what the cardiac. The you in our mother one thing. Some more.
Na po me. Ah, also ba fulani for no be me my president of Ghana. Arentia. O me re.
Akuafo omukunku amokoto omo wirema okunku tu ani woni wirema no kono no de mo ana we de duane
okay
watermelon say osi watermelon from say pe e wa na okunku ani no no ti twa watermelon no na na mo anawe
okay
na bia o ko kwa forsa obi aso nka mo pe
so be president
awrade
o be
pa mo bu nyina obi ara bia la ko de kuro
na ana Jehovah Witness from so be me
so de me ye fe na mo maji card me me ento so wo se ento aba the card ne ye de ma ka to bi
Debbie
ya se ento aba ana mo baji na ndo bu de mo na risi ya to aba na wo se na me nipa anto bi enti ana wo se na me nipa anto bi enti na ma na anto mo bi ya fi se le ho afo aje ko bu dem wa aje ko bu dem enti na anto enti se kai na se nya be se pemiensa ye be se akoto aba na pemi na mo apemo ko mo apemo no le ho afo na aje ko je le kwa e ndo kwa na ba
to be president
oh magic card
no
kan jo sa card ne ko to dem e fa ko yo business ya se afanto aba sa anti be ba school free no me nam de ba e free so de maka mo nyi ni sa pepe e wo he ma ye twa be wo so be fa ni mo wa nya ba bi anfa sa ha na be fa ah ma men kan chere na de no nim se wo twa be wo so be fa ni mo me so wo twa de a che wo bia ya wachira be semenye maye wie menkata no masaya wie o ka semenye so de abaika mebeka menkata nie meni abaika me biaso me chira mo na mo kama me meni abaika agora what the book ya the challenge that can hold the faith can hold so bia when you are feeling what ya try will be a one younger ni ya try and then I'm had the pesa when you say that never when you go never you we are day mo the vampire say na go san talent kwa bia so when you na fiti when your pass from ko when you ni pass from ko me bo abaso pro ha yi ni ko no fe wo ko abaso ana na wote tesa me na me kan tete what say the different you know what I say yeah you Mahama can be say and say nka me ya fame na me baby na omo de yi wo I ba ni say I use in force the ba say we be on tre you know e won kuro ni na wo krata sensai we di aba mo kran say o di obesai no one fa ni fie no ma no one fa wonu ani fo no ma timi akwasai hajeje wo mo sai bia di fie no ma di fo no ma go so wo mo etimi ehunu na sa woti ha na sa wo so ni mo ma nti wa fa computer atena ho na wa twetwe na di abeto ani mo a ana fa o kakra etu me ve ya me shira o ye ya me ma pata ya no ya me ma bi ya me ve shira ka ze ina shira na tna ho fe mo ma na ma ye na me nsa wo ka so ye ye do enya no
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses? Talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors.
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kolebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags pass organ donation law and hashtag legalize organ donation now. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Of nuances with breast cancer treatment. It's just that you should know that treatment is available. Treatment in the form of surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, they are all available. So you go to your doctor. You do not stay at home. I'll be controversial. Do not go to a herbalist. Go to the doctor, and then they will treat you appropriately and accordingly.
Okay. It's fake October again, and just as we do every year, this year it is October, so we are talking breast cancer. When you hear Breast Cancer Awareness Month, it's just to create awareness about the fact that anybody at all, whether male, female, yes, can get breast cancer. Today I'm here with an expert, a medical professional, who is Dr. Erica Ntiamwa-Mensah. She's going to help us delve into the issues that come up just because there's a condition called breast cancer. My name is Stella Jijom-Sogli. This is Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV. Hello, Dr. Erica, and welcome to GhanaWeb TV studios. Today we are having you in our studios to talk about breast cancer. You're not wearing pink, but I'm sure I'm representing for
You're representing for both of us.
So let's just go straight to the point. What is breast cancer?
Okay, breast cancer, as the name implies, is cancer of the breast. And it's when the breast tissues, the cells of the breast multiply and grow abnormally. That's what we term as breast cancer. So it's a condition where it's cancer of the breast, the cells or the tissues of the breast, they multiply, they divide, and they grow abnormally, leading to the signs and symptoms and the condition that we've all come to know as breast cancer.
Okay, so whenever I talk about cancer, I get a bit overwhelmed by the fact that cancer doesn't have any major cause. You can just, some cells in your body, like you said, can just decide to grow abnormally. Then you have cancer. So what are some of the signs and symptoms of breast cancer especially?
Cancer, as you said, doesn't have any cause. It has risk factors.
Okay.
So there are some things that you do that will predispose you to having it, but there's no specific cause. Now, with breast cancer, at the very early onset, you may not experience any signs or symptoms.
Okay.
But later on, some of the things that you may experience is you may experience a lump in your breast.
Okay.
You may experience pain or tenderness. Sometimes you may have some nipple discharge that may be bloody. You may see some sores or some ulcers around the breast. And then sometimes there's what we describe as peau d'orange. Like your breast would have an appearance like an orange peel. You see how the orange peel has small holes inside? You may see your breast looking like that. You may see that when you stand in front of the mirror, your breast, the size, one breast is quite bigger than the other. There's a change in the size, there's a change in the shape. The surface looks very different, okay? And then you may just notice generalized symptoms, like you're feeling weaker, you are losing weight. Okay, so these are some of the symptoms that you feel when it's spreading. But locally on the breast, if you notice changes in your breast, the size, the shape, the surface, some ulcers, some bleeding from the nipple, these are some of the things that can tune your mind to the fact that you are having, or you may have a condition called breast cancer. But unfortunately, by the time you notice these things, it may be too late. That's why we are creating a lot of awareness about breast cancer.
Okay, so you talked about noticing a lump in your breast. If anybody who is a lady and has started developing could attest, there are already lumps in our breast. So which kind of lump do you classify as cancerous?
All right. Now you can't, although there are certain characteristics of lumps that will give a clinician an idea that this is more likely to be benign. Benign meaning it's not cancerous, or malignant meaning it's cancerous. A clinician can have an idea based on the characteristics of the lump. However, as a lady, we talk about breast awareness. You have to know your breast. In all my teachings, in all my going to schools and the rest, I tell the girls that you have to know your breast. As you said, as a lady, your breast has lumps. You are aware of this. You know your breast. So when you notice any lump or any change in your breast, aside your normal texture, feel of your breast, you notice that there is something different. Okay, so the first thing is breast awareness. You know your breast, and now when there is any lump or there is any change, you'll be able to pick it up, because our breasts feel lumpy at certain points. When you're going to have your period, your breast feels heavy, your breast feels lumpy. That's why we advise that you do the breast self-check about 3 to 4 days after your period starts, because at that time, then your breast has reduced in size, no longer as big as it used to be before, or it's no longer as lumpy as it used to be. So know your breast. If you know your breast, when there's a change in your breast, you'll be able to pick it up.
Okay. So you also talked about the fact that by the time you notice all those symptoms, it means that you are far gone, or it may be a little too late. So how early is early detection?
Early detection is in 2 phases.
Okay.
We talk about screening, and then early diagnosis. We place a lot of emphasis on screening because when you screen for breast cancer by doing the mammograms and then the ultrasounds, when you screen for breast cancer, you're able to pick it up in early stages when symptoms have not yet set in. Okay. And then we talk about early diagnosis. That's when immediately you start experiencing the signs and symptoms, you reach out to a doctor, you go to a health facility, and they're able to pick it up early, at an early stage where you're experiencing the signs and symptoms. So early detection is in those 2 phases. Early screening, we are all walking around, we go and screen, and we're like, oh no, when we checked this person's test, we noticed this, so let's do this about it. Or someone has walked in, okay, I feel that my breast, I'm feeling a lump, or I'm noticing some changes in my breast. Can we please do this test? Can we do this test? We run the test, then you notice, and then you treat early. So that is early detection. But in early detection, we are pleading for early screening, because with early diagnosis, it's still early, but it's not as early as when you pick it up, when there are no signs and symptoms and the disease is in its very early stages.
Okay, so it means that the cancer can be available, but you've not developed any lumps in your breast. Nothing is showing that. It means that it can be there, but you will not.
So the cancer starts at a cellular level. Okay, so it starts with cells. So by the time that the cells are messing up, dividing and multiplying abnormally, physically you may not be able to feel anything. Okay. But with the test, you may be able to pick something up. Do you understand? So by the time you experience the signs and symptoms, it may be that you are now having a full-blown disease that is at a bit more of an advanced stage than before.
Okay, so we are talking about early screening, early detection. What are some of the ways that a lady or a woman, even men, these days they are hammering on the fact that men can also get breast cancer, so they should check.
But that's 1% of men, so it's true, but okay, it's very small percentage.
Let me digress. What kind of men are supposed to be careful? Because I heard the more breast muscles you have, the more you can, the more your risk of getting breast cancer. So as a man, if you have big breasts, doesn't mean that you should be.
No, that's not not necessarily. That's not it. But men who must also take note of it. In fact, majority of men will never have breast cancer in their life. It's just a small percentage. But if you have a family history, you have a sister, you have a mother who has had breast cancer, ovarian cancer, there's a family history, that's something that you may think of. But it's not something that it rarely happens in men. Okay, so that's why we put a lot of focus on women, because one of the greatest risk factors is just being a female.
Wow.
Yes.
That's not nice to hear what I mean. Yeah, so let's move on to some of the risk factors, because there are lots of things that can put you at risk, apart from the fact that you're a female. There are lots of things that can put you at risk of getting breast cancer. So let's get into that.
Okay. Now with the risk factors, we'll talk about it in 2 folds. Modifiable and non-modifiable. Modifiable means there is something you can do about it. Non-modifiable means that there is nothing you can do. Okay, these days there are funny things, but there's nothing you can do. So number 1 is being a female. What can you do about it? Even if you go and do all sorts of things, genetically you're a female. Okay, so number 1 is being a woman, being a female. Now, the second one that I would like to talk about that you cannot really do much about is the age of menstruation. Early onset menstruation also increases the risk. Late onset menopause. Okay, and if you have a family history, a first degree relative, a mother, a sister, there is nothing that you can do about it, but this is a risk factor as well. Another risk factor has to do with childbirth and breastfeeding. You may be able to do something about that, but not really. Who can plan in time and necessarily know that they'll be able to have this number of children to
Even
know?
if you plan to have at 25 and it
Yes,
doesn't happen,
it doesn't
what
come
will you do?
exactly. So I would also like to put it under that. So these are things that you may not be able to do anything about, but they put you at risk. Then we have the modifiable ones. That is something you and I can do to make sure that our risk is reduced. One of them is alcohol intake, reducing your alcohol intake. I don't think there is any benefit of alcohol in the human body.
Sure?
Alcohol intake, no.
A lot
the
of
red
people...
wine, the body needs a small amount of alcohol. Please.
It's not true.
No.
Oh,
alcohol,
some people argue with you. Oh.
I know that some people argue, but there have been a lot of studies that have come up recently to show that even the red wine that we are saying, or taking alcohol in bits and pieces, there isn't any cumulative benefit. But it even gives you a higher risk of certain diseases.
Okay.
So alcohol...
I know I know this thing I'm about to say.
Say it.
I'll still say it anyways. I know some doctors at a particular hospital in this country, they like beer. They like beer, Papa.
Do what I say. Don't do as I do.
Hey!
Do what we are saying.
As a doctor.
Yes, we are telling you what to do. We are educating the public. We are also trying to live that kind of life, but we are educating. We're telling what's best for you. So do as we are saying. We are mandated to tell you the best.
Sometimes we are
so
custodians of some of those things. Sometimes some people look at them and they're like, even if doctors are doing it, who am I that I can't do some?
See, you are your first doctor. So if your doctor tells you that do this, you are your first doctor for yourself, custodian of your own life.
Hey, wow.
Know that.
Please,
my
there's
doctor
no benefit to drinking alcohol. Don't let anybody lie. Even if you see a doctor doing it.
Yes, no. Seeing a doctor do it doesn't mean that it's beneficial.
A good thing.
Okay,
no, that's true.
All right. Another one is smoking.
Okay.
Another one is smoking. Not just smoking cigarettes, the shisha, the tobacco, and all of that has
the balloon.
There are balloons.
Oh, you don't know about it?
I didn't know that. If there are balloons, then there are balloons, all those things. So smoking is another thing. Then we also have physical activity. If you're not, if you're physically inactive, okay, there's also a slight increase in the risk, and obesity as well. So these are things that we can do something about. And then the other risk factors, which are non-modifiable, you are born with them or you are victim to your circumstances. So you can't really do something about it. So these are some of the risk factors.
Okay, we're about to
there are
go.
no causes, but
Okay,
risk factors.
Sure. So we're about to go on a break. But before we go, what kinds of women or at what age are you at risk of getting breast cancer? Or once you start developing breasts?
The first thing is being a woman. That's being a female.
Yeah, so I mean,
that's
like,
the first
at
risk
what
factor.
stage
Yes.
as a woman?
All right. But studies have shown that majority of breast cancer patients are over the age of 50. There have been new incidents or a rise in breast cancer patients being below the age of 50. That's 40 to 50 years. But majority worldwide are above the age of 50. Rarely would you find a very young lady in her teens or early 20s having breast cancer. It occurs, but then that is not the epidemiology. That's not the nature of the disease. Most often, it's in elderly women or middle age and above. Yes. So.
Okay, so I know some people my age or even quite younger than me that have discovered some lumps in their breasts before. What may be the cause of that? Because they are still young.
They are still young. So breast lumps do not equate to breast cancer.
Okay.
Having a breast lump doesn't mean you have breast cancer.
What if it's hard?
Breast lump is not equal to breast cancer. There are lumps that are benign, meaning that they are not cancerous.
Okay.
The doctor can still take it out, test it in the lab, give you the results and tell you that this is benign. You have nothing to worry about. Okay. There are lots of them. There are some that even increase around your menstrual cycle and then they'll reduce in size. There are some that are painful. There are some that can become very, very huge, okay? But then they are not cancerous. And then there are some that are also cancerous. So having a lump doesn't mean that you have breast cancer. The moment you detect a lump, you go to the hospital. The doctor would examine you, do the necessary tests. If he has to take some of the lumps out, you do that. Send it for histopathology. It will come back and you know exactly the type of lump it is, what it contains, and then the treatment. So majority of younger women may have breast lumps, but they may be fibroadenomas and things like that, which are not cancerous, okay? And most of them do not even turn into cancer. So young women do have lumps, but having a lump doesn't mean you have breast cancer.
Okay, having a lump doesn't mean you have breast cancer. Yeah. You talked about removing it. After the break, we'll delve into that.
All right.
So let's go on this quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back from that quick break. It's still the health focus here on GhanaWeb TV, and I'm still here with my guest, Dr. Erica Ntiamoa-Mensah. Before the break, we're talking about the types of lumps that we have in the breast. Some can be benign, like she said, and some can be malignant, meaning that they are cancerous. But there are certain treatment options that are available to people who detect cancerous lumps in their breast. So we are going to delve into that. What are some of the treatment options for someone who has discovered a cancerous lump in their breast?
All right. Now, with discovering a cancerous lump, okay, so you've gone to the doctor, he's examined you, he's done the tests. They may have taken some of the lump out or a piece of the lump for histopathology come out. You know that it's cancerous. All right. So there's radiation therapy, there is chemotherapy, and then there's also surgery to take out the lumps, or sometimes they can even take out the breast, or if it's extending to some parts of the armpit, they can take out those tissues. Now, the treatment is about corresponds to staging. So you look at the stage of the breast cancer, its extent, how far it has spread, the prognosis, and then we treat accordingly. So there isn't any, I don't know how to put it. We treat according to the stage of breast cancer. Okay, we treat according to the prognosis. We treat according to the patient's situation and how far they've come. But there isn't any broad spectrum treatment that when you notice a lump in your breast, we cut off the breast and throw it away. It's more nuanced than that. We stage it, and then we also do certain tests to know that, okay, this breast cancer condition is sensitive to this medication, so we'll give this medication. Some of them are sensitive to anti-estrogen medication, so we'll give that. So there are a lot of nuances with breast cancer treatment. It's just that you should know that treatment is available. Treatment in the form of surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, they are all available. So you go to your doctor. You do not stay at home. I'll be controversial. Do not go to a herbalist. Go to the doctor, and then they will treat you appropriately and accordingly.
Okay, so once you discover that, and then there are treatment options, most times people have said, or in the years that I've read about breast cancer, some people advise that taking off the breast entirely reduces your risk drastically, because once the tissues are still there, once you still have breast, the cancer can come back. How true is that?
So that's not an entirely true statement. You have to notice the stage of the breast cancer. You have to notice the type of the breast, how it responds to treatment. Okay, so with a mastectomy, we have a mastectomy that they take out the entire breast, sometimes even the nipple. Sometimes they just take out the breast tissue that is containing the lumps or those cancerous cells as well. Okay, so it's not necessarily the fact that the moment you have breast cancer, you have to take out the entire breast. As I said, it's more nuanced than that. So you go to the doctor, and based on what he's seeing and based on the treatment options available, he will discuss them with you, and you know the way forward. A lot of women become scared when they think about breast cancer, would think of the diagnosis, because they believe that we are going to cut off their entire breast. But that may not be the case. They may take out the lumps, they may take out certain tissues, they may conserve some of the breast. There are so many ways to go about it. So breast cancer doesn't equate to removing the whole breast and deforming that part of the body.
Okay, so if, let's say, for example, someone whose direct relative, like you mentioned, a first-degree relative has breast cancer, like her mom, and then she's growing up, she has developed breast, she found a lump in her breast, and then they've taken that lump out. In her mind, she's still at risk of developing breast cancer again. What if the person says, okay, do mastectomy for me? Is it an option that you can?
Yes, so there's something prophylactic mastectomy. I don't know, there's this actress called Angelina Jolie. I don't know if she did that. She knew that she had a family history of breast cancer, so she had a mastectomy. She did that, and then to reduce her risk. Okay, yes, but it's not something that I'll say is too common. Rather, if you have a risk factor like that, the first-degree relative, we would be doing more screening, maybe yearly mammograms, something like that. It's not too common for women to offer willingly to remove their breast, right? Yes, but it's an option that is available. It is there. It's not something I've seen commonly, but it's something that exists. People have done it. So, yeah.
Okay, I know this may sound a bit some way, but breast cancer treatment, how strenuous is it on an individual? Not to scare anyone, but just to create the awareness that maybe it's not too big of a deal. You should get the treatments that you want. Is it like, you know, sometimes when people start chemo, their hair start falling off, they lose weight, they become inactive for some time. Like, are those all things that like you may go through just because you've discovered that you have breast cancer?
Okay, now the diagnosis of cancer itself is heavy. The moment you tell someone that they have cancer, they feel like their world has shut down. But there is hope. It's not necessarily the case. And then when you talk about treatment, apart from the monetary aspects of spending money to buy medication,
is it expensive?
Well, define expensive, but
it's relative.
Yes, it's relative. Okay, apart from spending money to buy medication, the emotional toll of even being told you have cancer, if the cancer has progressed or you're at a certain stage where you need a lot of help, the family members around you helping you, that social capital, and the medication and the treatment and the radiotherapy also has its side effects. It's not easy. But if it's something that will treat you and give you life, once there's life, there's hope. So we'll go through it so that we can have life.
Okay, so as a breastfeeding mom, if you discover that there's a cancerous lump in your breast, this is after the doctor has confirmed that, what would you do? Do you still continue breastfeeding?
Okay, a breastfeeding mom who discovers that she has breast cancer. Fortunately, there are so many formulations to feed the child, right?
Okay.
But it doesn't mean that the breast cancer, because you have breast cancer, you're going to pass it on to the child.
Okay, so that
through
goes
the breast
to say
milk
that it's
or through the
non-communicable.
breastfeeding. No, it's not an infection. It's not a cold or something like that, right? It's just that some of the treatment modalities, the medication that you may take, the radiotherapy and all that, may not be suitable for breastfeeding. So you may have to switch to some formulas or other types of feeding so that baby would be fine and mother can also take care of herself. But if the understanding is that when you're breastfeeding, you can, baby can get it, that may not be the case. But with breast cancer, some of the symptoms that you may experience, the bleeding from the nipple, the ulceration around the breast, the pain and the tenderness, I don't think you may even be comfortable to be breastfeeding in the first place.
Okay, so this thing has been bugging my brain for some time. You are talking about first-degree relatives having breast cancer. What if someone has given birth and then her child is about 20 years old or 25? That's when she discovers that she has breast cancer. She doesn't have any relation to the person, to her child anymore, or like, and it's through something that maybe her lifestyle that she got it. It's not like she had it from genetics. So what's the correlation between the two, that her 25-year-old girl child may also be at risk of getting breast cancer?
Okay, when we talk about the family history, it's genetics at play. So there are genes, we call them BRCA1 gene, BRCA2 genes. These genes, if someone has breast cancer and they detect that they have these genetic mutations, then they are at risk, and their first or second degree relatives are also at risk. However, the genetics of breast cancer is not the only thing. There are other risk factors. So someone may not necessarily have that genetic mutation at play, but they may still get breast cancer due to other risk factors, or due to sometimes we cannot even trace it. We don't know where it's coming from, but cancer works in its own mysterious ways, right? So the fact that a first degree relative has cancer, it should just put you on alert, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you would have it, okay? Because there are so many pathways for developing it. It doesn't necessarily mean that it was a genetic mutation that has caused it, and that you also have that genetic mutation and you're likely to get it.
Okay, so I just remembered something that I should have asked earlier when we were talking about the risk factors. These days, we eat a lot of things. Every day, there's something sweeter that's coming out. Try to outplay the already sweet things that we have these days. Is a craze for boba tea. And that thing has a lot of sugar, has a lot of things that they used to do it. Shawarma, we are eating pizzas.
Hey,
we are
this girl
eating,
is calling me out.
we are eating things. So like, it's like we are slowly moving away from living healthy.
Living healthy.
Yes. Like, how bad is diet related to breast cancer?
Okay. Now, poor diet will relate it to obesity, okay? And then eating certain substances. There are certain substances that are classified by WHO, World Health Organization, as carcinogenic. Eating highly processed food, research has shown that it increases the risk of cancers in general. So moving your diet to more processed foods, more refined foods, our fast foods, our takeaways and all that, it's not healthy in general. Predisposes us to a lot of diseases, cardiovascular diseases, cancers in general, and things like that. So like you're saying, we are shifting away from our locals to that, and that is quite worrying. Okay, and then when we talk about obesity and then breast cancer, so we talked about diet. Now we'll talk about physical inactivity and obesity and breast cancer. With breast cancer, I think I had that discussion with you before the show, that there are some types of breast cancer that are sensitive to certain hormones like estrogen. When with obesity, there is peripheral conversion of estrogen in the fat cells. Okay,
hey, doctor, so, you're using big words.
I have to, so you see that. I've said some, but I have to also say some. Okay, so with obesity, let's say that you may have more estrogen, if I should put it that way. The obesity, you may have some higher levels of estrogen. Okay, and some of these breast cancer cells too, they like the estrogen. So then you are more predisposed to having it. Okay. Apart from that too, we would like to think that with people who are obese, they have bad diets, they do not eat well, they may eat some of these highly processed foods that we are terming as carcinogenic. So when we put along that very long correlation, then we talk about that risk factor as well, that maybe obesity is also a risk factor. So diet is important. It's very, very important. What you eat is who you are in general, not just in relation to cancers, but you eat well and then you live well.
Okay, so sometimes people who are not obese think they can get away with everything. What if you are eating junk but you are not becoming obese, or you are not gaining weight to get to obesity? Are you somehow like relieved from some of those things? Because some people think, oh, me, I eat anything, but I still have flat stomach. I'm still very slim.
Like you and I.
I didn't want to say it, but as you said it. But I mean, as for me, I take very good care of my diet. It's very important to me. But some people like to think that once I'm not gaining weight, you can't see it. So I'm okay.
It's not just about gaining weight or putting on the weight, but it's also about what you're putting into your body. So it's very important to eat well, eat good things, eat things that are not too highly processed, eat things that are not too refined, too highly refined. So our fruits, our vegetables, and lots of our local foods are also very good to eat. Okay, so it's not just about the gaining weight, but sometimes the contents that you're putting in your body, very highly inflammatory food substances. You may not go fat, okay, but your body may face the consequences of your actions, what you are eating in. So being obese, sometimes you may have someone who is bigger. They may be very healthy than a slim person sitting by them. So that's not always the case.
Okay, so we're about to wrap up, but how often do you think that we should examine our breast, visit the clinic, visit the doctor, and check our breast?
We should, with breast self-examination, I would say that you should do it every month. Okay, about 3 to 4 days after your period starts, you should examine your breast. You should know your breast itself. You should know how your breast feels like, how your breast looks like, and all that. And then you should examine your breast every month. Aside that too, when you reach the age of 40, you should start undergoing breast screening exercise. You should go to the hospital, and then there will be a breast screening for you. They can do an examination. They can do a mammogram. In younger women, we do not recommend mammograms because the breast tissue is usually very, very dense. So the mammogram is not able to pick things up properly. That's why at certain ages, later ages 40 and above, then we recommend the yearly or 2 yearly mammograms. Okay. Aside that too, if you know that you're at a higher risk, you have a mother, you have a sister, you have an auntie who had breast cancer, you go to the hospital. Even if you are younger in age, go to the hospital, you talk to your doctor. There will be screening regimens that will be available for you so that you keep track. Maybe a yearly mammogram, you know what you're doing, you know, and you examine your breast yourself at home so that when you notice any change, you'll be able to go to the hospital. Early detection saves lives. So
early detection saves lives. Before I let you go, yesterday I was looking for questions while I was preparing for this interview. So I asked someone, and the person said they want to know if there's any relationship between sexual promiscuity and breast cancer. Because they say that if you let boys play with your breast too much, you can get breast cancer.
I don't know of any research that has shown that there is a relation between someone playing with your breast and breast cancer.
Okay, so
it's not documented
about
anywhere.
Promiscuity. Sometimes it may mean that you are taking certain things. You are taking contraceptives. You are trying to do birth control.
I wouldn't like you to continue on that tangent. Sexual promiscuity has nothing to do with birth control, contraceptives.
And because you are
promiscuous, very different.
Because you are promiscuous, you take some people take contraceptives like toffee.
Okay, maybe you're talking about emergency contraceptives.
Yes.
But then once you're sexually active, you have to take contraceptives if you do not want to get pregnant. Okay. So not necessarily emergency contraceptives, but you have to go to the hospital and be on a contraceptive because you're sexually active. You do not want to get pregnant. We do not recommend that you get pregnant, abort. Okay. So be on a contraceptive. So that one, I'm fine with them. Yes.
Okay,
once
but
you're sexually active, be on a contraceptive.
Abusing
if
contraceptives
you don't want.
does not make you... does not increase your risk of getting breast
so
cancer.
Combined oral contraceptives or certain hormonal contraceptives also increase the risk of breast cancer. Okay, studies have shown that it's well documented with research, but it shows that from the moment that they stop, after a number of years, they drop their risk to someone who has never even taken such contraceptives before. So it's not about emergency contraceptives. It's the oral pills that we take. It can give you a higher risk. Some of them have estrogen inside as well. They are combined pills. But it has nothing to do with... Interestingly, most of the people who are on contraceptives are married women and our mothers and the rest. So
are you sure?
It has nothing to do with promiscuity.
Stop that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I wanted to ask something else, but we were talking about pregnancy, early giving birth early and breastfeeding. They lower your risk. What age do you consider ideal for a woman to have children?
What age do I consider ideal for a woman to have children?
Or to start?
After 30, a woman's fertility gradually declines after 30. And below the age of 20, as a teenager and as a child, apart from the legal ramifications, the body is also not fully equipped to be able to produce a child. You will get pregnant and give birth all right, but you are at a higher risk of certain diseases, preeclampsia and all those things at the extremes of ages. When you are very young, when you are very old, these are some of the risks that you have. So I would say that looking at normal Ghanaian life, going to school and all those things, maybe between the ages of 24 and 30, they are prime ages for having a child. It will be good to have a child within that time. But its practicality in our lives, I don't know about that.
But,
but your body will be happy with you
if
doing
you do
that. Your body will be happy with you doing that.
And it also lowers your risk of getting breast cancer.
Yes. Giving birth, carrying a child to term, breastfeeding, these are some protective factors. Although giving birth earlier, has its own protective factor, it's not necessarily giving birth. The number of children, having 1, 2, 3 children, it's a protective factor. Breastfeeding, it's a protective factor. So it's not just about the age, but it's about the hormonal interplay with pregnancy and then with breastfeeding. Wow. So give birth tomorrow.
Oh, I'll think about it. That's been very insightful. I mean, you've answered all my questions very well, and I think basically these are some of the things that we should have at our fingertips as women, as people who generally have breasts, so that we can reduce our risk of getting any cancer at all, even breast cancer. This is Health Focus on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella J. Sugli, and I did this with Dr. Erica Ntiamwa-Mensah. See you in another episode.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
Adishia mesama makwaba edeba asemsebe kase boso ewo GhanaWeb TV so ensama hodo a ekoso ewo Ghana hanum ene mpono amanaman ena ya na impempi ya boboano na yedini nyina aba besommo mi amede kase boyi ebre mu midin ne mamiekwi ache na mesha mensama asedia na mekwa kopie mu ewo eye MPP amanyoko no akache na omugusoa eye campaigns ahodo ewo eye Ghana hanum enam so ena asin central mrahye bedwane Kennedy Japan a enka nimpo nanka o hwese ebeto ne so abam na be frankato fama MPP amanyoko na din semfo ahodo bi ekwakoto dwa ochema nanse we hu trend bi ewo MPP amanyoko ni pa de bi on bekwa campaign bia ene omokwa anyumi ena ye wo sisifia ni bi beto nyum saa no mabo ewo stage so emrekwa NDC amanyoko no eye door to door ni house to house campaign ochema afi 2008 saa no mugina stage so ani asei ni nyum ekokọ wiem na cheso malu se poto anu nti ochema saa afi we nso so ho pese ni course 2008 no ebesan be mu 2024 dia e wo se MPP amanyoko no omomo ni eda ho ankasa na migusuwa ejina amanyosem ho nsensem mu nso a ene Dr. Bawumia a ono sumpo etu franka ede ama MPP amanyoko no atubi ye pa ede ama ne John Dramani Mahama a ono sumpo etu franka ede ama NDC amanyoko no na eye Dr. Bawumia echirema na nsen wu so manfo bi eye mehihie omu ye pa enu ntino akwakwa wiemu statisi ade adane eye atemdidie na omanfo enim se na nsen temu ene MPP ni NDC ni eye Dr. Bawumia otu nsemfo aduonum ede mane Mahama no na Mahama nso to 5 bi ede amane no ekokọ wiem no kra de ene stupid bi ebe mu enu ena Bawumia yechem na waka sesei ti we hu sesisi ano oba belu so nti ene adane atemdidie bado chema enye wa atemdidie a obedidi ono Bawumia ene bema wawini se wudi na temo se wendi na temo ene chema afi 2024 abato no ene be kire afi so papa so kasi wenim dua se enye ade a wo be wini no matter what insults bi a ode be mane ono Dr. Bawumia na minfree MPP any NDC hu nsensem nso na minkonko pie mu ewo eye Supreme Court na eye Supreme Court adi nsemfo bi atodwa a omuchemu se omomo honum yi ana omo dan na esi wonom sa no he mampeni nie na bedi ekire nie omomu bia enu tumi ewo omoso se ebia omo kotena asem bi so na ekwa wiem na mudi asem ni wi na obi aba begina nchen aka se an enya de amepeni ana ene ana so ochina ochema mu mienu ni nche obi enu honuma owo tumi esen eye Supreme Court kra afeso mpo untimi enchire omo ni omonye afi omu kire ma so omu kan semfo bi anomu di asem bi wie na woni wo begina ekire be ka sen an ene ne amu kan ye no ene nte sa na fo ne kosi sa de no kra ne chemu se wabu mra so afi sumpo no so omu di asem wie na so begina ekire e be ka sen amu ye di ensem fata na wo pa che so no Supreme Court no enim ne left and right enu nti omu kire ma omu de so omu tena se e kan asem wie a eno anu no bi ani ekire a obetumi aba be ka sen nsam na mo ye ya na ne amu di ye no enya ade a ese fata Minko insemfu from unso dia ene na social media aye he esanse ora aye friend no se eye Kwame Owusu Fodwo dodo na anim se Dr. UN aye video bi aba betudwa na video ni mu no na o chem se sisi ade ohia moa o ohia 400,000 Ghana cedis e de akwakoye surgery esanse oyare yi ankasankasa ene obobo ya bo nua TV ni media general shatawale din wom sa akode din wom ne nkeka wo kire masankofo enyina no odan omo eno nto wo pesika bi famre no se ne be ya obetumi e de akwakoye surgery no neno na social media fo echem se ye papa we pan ado kase Ghana fo ye ru enim ekosora na no wo se abranti etese wo utumi eye award ye bi wo hono ma feeding bottle ene ye chobi na we create no dia ni nyina in the name of na ye UN ambassador ene fine ne kosi sen ni nyina eche Ghana for anka hwe wo san baya wo so wo yare ebi mu kire ma we die eye scan scam man kazangasa opeso obeji o man fo sikedi Ghana for bi kire ma omo nje sa dia ni ntumu kra ebi mu so kire ma ene sa akode wu se ya wabo wudin se wo so obo homode san se o ma water bottle eno ni se no ejina wo for life ene social media o man for eke koma dwin ye pa ede kire eye Dr. UN ankasangasa men sorry men sam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo etifido mantemu eye boko mpotemu omanfo enim sesisi omo conflict asan ama ne homeni so biem ema ba be todwa se nipa mienu enam so acho nananom ewo nsiedo na omu chema emu baako eye mampusi ni ena baako so efi Togo na ye chema eye omu mienu ene ne ofi Togo yi se ni papa eyare ena chese ofi Togo eba be hye no ba ekomia ko ese kokko wiem na chese wato nananom ewo nsiedo enu ntinu na chese mafa ni mu no ede ko eye Togo akwakosie no ewo honom omudru kwa so a ene ye chirema mfa mo niam ngu kokko wiem na chese abo muto ama mato nananom ewo nsiedo ema tumu sa yare wosem ewo eye boko important honum ankasankasa ene na ha ena mede eye anopa kaseboyi ebesi nyame adoma ewia ne aka no so yede nyina eba abesom me amede kaseboyi ebre mu mediane mame akuache ewia ye besan so ede ne aka no aba abesom
Ganania wakwa bosia say bangu say bontino na wo de kanti ye de wakoto prison me ba ya wo de ka wanko wiade na bosia no waba ye de wakoto mo de kwan bia so meyi wa mo aba bontino say wo ba wo so wo ba wo de kan kwan ye de wakoto prison a me be yi wa mo aba bontino asama me ka kire mo ntigana fo a mo aba bosia wo de prison mo nyina anya ho kwa say meba ya mebe yimu nyina mama ba abefe mama esikano obi anko anko to bosia esikano wo gye da se kwam de oba no aso ntime nkura sikano na kwam ne oba nti winyi bi kwato aduane ma ba di ase ya chi wakoto prison nti meba be yimu a wo da prison a mo de kade be yimu nyina mama ba wonte asemo ho
anya no na po me
amiado
ah so ba fulani for no be me den be president of Ghana arentia
fulani for wo bu kunku akwa
o mere
akuafo omo kunku omo goto omo wirem a goto kuani wori wirem a no okuno no de mo ana we de duane
okay
watermelon sei osi watermelon from sei pe ahwa na okunku kuani no o ti twa watermelon no na mo ana we
okay
na bia omo kunku akuafo sa obi aso nka omo pe
so be president a
awrade
o be we
pa mo bo nyina obi ara nko de krom
na ana Jehovah Witness for so be me
ana so de me ye fe na mo maji card me me ento so omo se ento aba the card me ye de ma so ba tubie
David
ya se amfa ento aba ana mo baji na ndo gude mo na risi ya to aba na we se na me nipa anto bie nti ana we se na me nipa anto bie nti na no ma na anso mo bi da fi se le ho afo aje ho gude mo aje ho gude nti na anso nti se kai na se nya be se pemiensa ye be se akoto aba na pemi no na mo apemo ko mo apemo no The whole for Nigeria.
To be president.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
I can't just say the card. No come to them. Never for your business. Yes, I'm Fantuaba.
Fantuaba.
Yes, Auntie Ba. School free. No, I'm the buy.
President.
The Macan, when you start a paper. Oh, him by your travel. What's up with anymore? Why that baby? I'm fast. I am a man chair and I don't know some travel. Or no sort of thing. There's one try that chair will be a. Yeah, what you have is something yet? My area. When Catano, my son, what can something yet? Somebody a banker, Rebecca. Make that any, many a banker. Maybe yes, they tell one I won't have many a banker. Baby, I was with the Nina actually, I tried to come up. What the book are, the charity that can't hold the plane can't hold. So, yeah, 1 year I feel what you and yeah, trip. Well, be a 1 year and trip. And then I'm a heavy person. When you say I'm everybody, when I go by everybody, we are day more. We are day more. The vampire said I'm going to anthology. But be so 1 year of it, where your bass from go, where your nippers from go. The poor basso, the poor basso, I didn't know I don't know what it is. Maybe I can't say, what's it? You don't want to say, yeah, your Mahama can be said. And so say, I may have family. Now, maybe no one you. I ban say, I listen to enforce the bar say, will be unquote church, you know. I want in our class. Since I where the above more can say, or the other side, one fat in the fear number, no one money for number. To me, I was say, I did, and one more side be added for if you are no money for number go so. One more at me, that's what you have. That's also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch church or not, about you anymore. I do. I don't know that. I'm very sure I was there. I'm very sure I was there. That's not what I'm man. I'm not so much with you. And yeah,
Welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today, we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as this may also be a symptom of breast cancer. To close, most of these symptoms also occur in diseases of the breast that are not cancerous. This is why it's extremely important that you report to a doctor when you pick any of them up. Thank you and see you in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Kwalebu was, I think, 380.
380 Ghana cedis.
Yes. But private, some are 500, 450, some are 800, 860.
Per session,
yes.
You have to do 2 every
week.
Yeah.
Even if someone earns 5,000 Ghana cedis every month, that person cannot keep paying 380 cedis 3 times a week for dialysis.
Majority of the people who need dialysis to survive in Ghana don't even earn half of the amount mentioned.
Some people battling organ diseases end up losing their jobs because their companies cannot keep paying them for always being absent.
How are these people expected to afford the monies needed for dialysis as well as other expenses, talk less of the huge amounts they have to come up with for transplantation surgeries outside Ghana when they get donors?
It is because of these people that GhanaWeb in August 2023 launched the organ donation legislation campaign to push for the country to pass a law that will guide organ harvesting and transplanting.
As Kwalebu plans to increase dialysis fees, the situation requires quicker attention and action.
And so, we must get Parliament to start discussing the organ donation bill and pass it into law.
Now, when this bill is passed, more lives will be saved and the financial burden on patients would be reduced.
And that is why we need you to join us on this campaign. Join the campaign by sending a 1-minute video of yourself sharing why Ghana needs a legislation on organ donation now to editor@ghanaweb.com or via WhatsApp 0552 699 625. Alternatively, you can share the video directly on your social media handles with the hashtags #PassOrganDonationLaw and #LegalizeOrganDonationNow. Organ failure should not be a death sentence.
Most of the money in Ghana did not help those of us in the informal sector. It came in to either pay for for roads, bridges, airports, major infrastructure, which were not even owned by Ghanaians.
My guest today on Election Desk here on GhanaWeb TV is the flag bearer of the CPP in person of Nana Akosua-Afrempoma Sapon Kuma. Your name is long.
Indeed,
Nana Akosua-Sapon Kuma. Yeah.
No, you even left one. Nana Akosua-Afrempoma Sapon Kuma. It's the longest name in the yes, the longest name in the election so far.
Wow. And you were the Janto Hima.
Yes, so that's why I have such a long name.
Okay.
I would say the maiden name was the Akosua Sapon. That's the name I was born with. Okay. I was born on a Sunday. Then Sapon is my father's name.
Okay.
But by our Ghana African tradition, almost every Sapon is also a Kuma.
Okay.
But it's not every Sapon that carries it, because the name Kuma is a heavy name.
Kuma, yes.
So basically, for us young people, growing up as a child, people teased me with the name, so I didn't carry that name that much. They would call me all kinds of names. Once they remember Kuma. And my daddy was very popular then, so the teacher would say, hey, Kuma, so it's like. But yeah. I then became a queen mother, and then the stool name is the Nana Akosua-Afrempoma, because my Frempoma is my grandmother's name, who was the queen mother then. So I took the Akosua-Afrempoma the second. So the name, the Jantua name is Nana Akosua-Afrempoma the second. So now that I'm doing the political portion, and I did a lot with the Nana Frempoma. I ran an NGO for the youth and children across the country for almost 25 years. So I couldn't just drop it, because people have known me as that, and for being a Doma, the traditional area, for the entire Doma traditional area, I couldn't just let the name go, so I carried the name. So it's Nana Akosua-Afrempoma Sapon Kuma. So I've combined it with my father's name as well.
That's interesting. Yes. Now let's delve into politics, or let's say the main reason why we're here. On the ballot sheet, we have 2 women.
Yes.
And you're one of them.
Definitely.
How exciting can that be?
It's great. So for me, it just gives, especially the youth and the people of this nation, I've always wished that there's an option. Because we all have a lot of reasons why we should not vote for one or the other. Even if you look at the pattern of the voting in Ghana, look at what happened in 2016. It was an overwhelming 10 to NPP. Yet today, as we sit here, people are frustrated with the system. So what's going to be the option? Do they just go back? No. So we need to give them an option. And I'm so glad that the CBP option happens to come in me. And the CBP option is the Osagyefos option. The Osagyefos option is the one that really looks at the interest of the Ghanaian, the welfare of the people of this nation. So I'm thankful to God. That has always been my passion, to serve people, to do things for the nation. As a traditional authority, you grow up, or you in your environment, you always want to see the best. You want to help people. You want to see how people prosper. And for me, I've believed all the time that the best way to help anybody, especially as a woman, is to help the person's children.
Okay.
If you let the children succeed, you help the mother. Because the mother's desire is to see that her children succeed. Every mother, from conception, you just take care of this child right from birth. I mean, even in the ovaries, everywhere in the uterus, you just take care of the child till the time that the child is born properly. If you have to avoid alcohol, I used to love beer, but the moment I conceive, no beer.
Yeah.
I won't take it. Nothing. I always take only the things that I know is going to let the child, the baby, the fetus grow and become healthy. So that is what it is. And it's like that till whenever you go to your own grave. So as a mother, that is what I bring to the table. what is it that would make Ghana be the best for every child, not just mind-blessed children.
Looking at
every child.
Ghana's political space, do you think women are given enough opportunity?
I would say absolutely no. Even the numbers clearly shows that. How many women are into politics, how many are in the decision making, and yet we know that it's not just people who implement, but the people who make decisions at the helm of decision making. They are the ones that are supposed to consider everybody because they're policy makers. So women are into doing in leadership today, but in terms of decision making,
you don't really get to see the women.
Not yet. And yet, the decisions that are made affect over 50% of the populace who are women. And then you take a chunk part of the populace who are young people who are then under the care of women. So it is so important that we consider women in everything. However, what I have come to realize is that if the women want to wait and be handed over power or leadership, it won't happen.
So unless women rise to the occasion?
You must present yourself. You fall in the process. It's not going to be easy. It's very difficult. In fact, it's so annoying sometimes as a woman because you can see clear. I don't want to always feel like people are being discriminatory, okay? Because then if you don't take care, you even see the other positive side and the good side of being a woman. But it's very, very, very obvious when you are in leadership position. The kind of things that they throw at you, the kind of decisions that would be taken for granted other places, you need to work extra for it. And even when you do, you are called names. So it's not easy. And I'm glad that I've gotten this opportunity. I let it to be so that it becomes like some sort of hope for other people that don't wait for it. Especially if you know the story, how far I've come. I've come through a lot of struggle to get here. Major struggles. Within simple things, you understand? So, yes.
Looking at the question I asked you, I want to find out, should you become the president?
I will be the president.
Are we supposed to see a lot of women in your government?
First of all, women will present themselves. That's what I'm trying to tell. There are a lot of women who are qualified, you understand? But they're hiding. And for obvious reasons, especially like I'm saying in politics in Ghana, there's so much debt thrown at you. There's so much that comes at you when you are trying to rise up. And so for that reason, there are lots of qualified, good women who are just not ready for that game. Even when they are ready, their husbands, their children will tell them to hold on. I strongly believe that even as we've started, there are a lot of women who have come out in the open trying to support. And they tell you clearly, because they know that a woman's touch is needed today in this country. So yes, I would make a conscious effort to ensure if the two people are qualified, I'd consider the woman. And I would consider the woman because I want more women to come into decision-making positions in this country. It is important. Not because they have to take over the men, but to supplement and work together. Even if it's equal. If it means that in Parliament would have not this 13 to 15% that we have, would have equal numbers. The deficit is too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. So I would definitely push and consider women absolutely.
Sure.
If I had a choice, I would even have picked a woman as my running mate. But I didn't have a woman readily available that could come and, people tell. But I really didn't mind. If two men can do it, two men can do it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Sure. Let's now move to the main issue that is, or let's say it's trending now, the Galamsey issue. As we're on our way here, people are still demonstrating, they're protesting. They need an end to this because our water bodies are being destroyed.
Rightfully so.
Those who protested have been arrested and are going to be arraigned before court on the 8th of October. This then has just been back and forth with no solution in sight. What would you do differently?
And let me first of all say congratulations to all the youth out there and women. Get up. let's not your children be the ones on the streets alone. Let's all go join them. It is absolutely necessary. This should have been done some years back. We've sat there till this time, and we are still demonstrating. It should go beyond demonstration. You have to see it with your own eyes.
Have you seen our rivers?
I have done even a video online. I've been there physically. I went to do a program, and on my way we passed through the bridge at the Ankobra River. And I love crabs. So I saw some boys with crabs. I said, hey, let me go buy some. Then it just dawned on me that this crab is coming from not far from wherever. And you turn around and you look at the river, and it's not even Milo. Because even nobody will make that kind of Milo for their children. Me, I'll beat my child if he does that. Because it means that he puts all the tin of Milo in one teacup. You understand? You should share and make sure it stays for a month or something. But this is a combination of coffee, Milo, tea, everything combined. And we call it river. We call it drink. And this is what the women are selling the shrimps and the crabs from. So after I bought and negotiated and came on, since today till today, 2 years from now till today, I hardly can eat my crab. That I really love crabs. I hardly can eat them. Whenever I bite into it and I'm chewing it, then I remember. No, it's not accepted. At that time I asked you, me see man sobbing fan to one bomb. I say, yeah, that's what I was waiting for. That women will get up. We must get up for our children. So if we have sat there as adults and young people are doing this, they have families, they have to go to work. We need to be sensitive to this situation. This situation is beyond demonstration. It's beyond demonstration.
So what will you do differently?
Instant, the day I swear that oath, and I can say this with my water oath that I said, there'll be no galamsey in Ghana.
Why do you want to wait till you swear an oath before?
Because I can only
take up the challenge. Like now that they're even protesting, I believe you can equally join them.
I have at least written to the chief justice that they should relook at the condition, that what they've done to the youth. Because yes, I don't believe in excesses, and it's always there when you go on demonstration. So it is important that you work with the law enforcement, because we cannot have indiscipline in the system. The law and authorities must work. So when they say don't pass there, you must follow that instruction. So I do not agree that people went off their way. But at the same time, I can say also that the reason for which they went to demonstrate must supersede anything that could have gone wrong. And so for that reason, the judiciary must overlook this and look at it and give them a bail. A bail. They must be given a bail. Why do you put somebody in remand for 2 weeks just for demonstrating against something that can kill you, and it's already killing you anyway? How many people, do you know how much you have been affected by the chemicals in that water? Listen, the problem that we are facing with galamsey, it's no more a human discussion anymore. We need to rise up. It makes us not feel like we are human beings. The fact that we have gold shouldn't be a curse. It should be bring prosperity to the youth and for us. So we cannot continue to mine the gold the way we are doing. That is our resources. Let's put a halt to it and let's restructure the system. That is why we have the Ghana Bashers. I can assure every youth listening to me, though we would halt the production, or we'll halt the galamsey, guaranteed you would own the gold. Take my word on this. You would own the gold. There will be no galamsey, but the gold will be yours. Therefore, what it means is that you would mine the gold in a more professional, sensible, humane way that would keep you and your generation to enjoy.
Before they mine the gold to make it theirs, what happened to the rivers?
You mean before they mine?
Before, like when you come into power, that you were saying, like the Ghana Bashers, that they will take the gold and make it theirs to help them as Ghanaians. What happened to the rivers?
The rivers
that have been destroyed over the years.
Precisely.
How are we going to treat them?
There has to be, that's why we have authorities. There has to be some people with speciality who we would employ to know how we convert this. Even the seawater can now be turned into drinking water. If we can do that, it means that we must find a way of taking the chemicals out of the water and ensuring that we do not continue to pollute the water. That is no reason. The fact that it's been gone wrong today doesn't mean that we must make it continue. We have a responsibility to ourselves and to humanity and to our children and their children's children. We must make sure the environment stays better. That is what human beings are supposed to do. Technology is supposed to make life easy and better for us. Any technology that destroys your life and destroys the life of the next generation, it's a curse, and that is what we shouldn't allow. Our system would hurt galamsey. However, in addition to the Ghana Bashers, which is the funding that we are going to give to every young person, including every galamsey person listening to me, every one of you, whether you are 2 million of you, 10 million, because it's going to 20 million young people, will have an entitlement of 20,000 Ghana. That 20,000 Ghana means that 1,000 of you would have access to 20 million Ghana cedis. That 20 million is what that investment, that cooperative, that corporation that you would have a shares in, is what will be used. That would run the equipment that is needed to import the equipment to make sure that you have your whether it's medium scale mining or whatever mining that you need to have, so that you'll be able to own the mines and the gold.
I want us to explore the Ghana Bashers and then the 20,000 million, right?
20,000 Ghana cedis.
20,000 Ghana cedis.
For 20 million people. 20 million youth.
For 20 million youth. And how are we going to get that money?
It's the simplest portion of it.
No problem. We'll explore that further after this break. So the show is still Election Dex here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. My guest is still Nana Akosua Frempoma Sapon Kuma. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from that quick break. It's still Election Dex here on GhanaWeb TV, and my guest is still Nana Frempoma. Before we went to that break, you spoke about 20,000 Ghana cedis?
Yes.
For 20 million youth.
Precisely.
How are we going to get that?
Precisely.
Because Ghana is struggling. There is no money. Cost of living has skyrocketed. And I'm wondering where we're going to get that money for 20 million youth?
Yes.
Can you explain further?
Thank you. The point is simply this. It's just, let me just make a little acknowledge. It's like owning a property in a very high traffic area, like let's say in Accra, in Laboni or cantonments. And it's on a 1 acre plot, and you have a very small property that your parents had. You've mortgaged with it, your father is not there. The mortgage is now a lot of payment. However, somebody walks in and realizes that this land that is lying out here is worth millions. You don't have to sell them. So let's find a way of getting some sort of investment where you turn the rest of the property into a commercialized kind of activity, so that activity would pay for whatever you owe in that property. And now you even make extra. We owe so much money, but it's in infrastructural debts. Most of the money in Ghana did not help those of us in the informal sector. It came in to either pay for roads, bridges, airports, major infrastructure, which were not even owned by Ghanaians. So we owe almost 800 billion, which has skyrocketed and has really brought so much inflation. And because everything in Ghana is imported and not produced here, what we've ended up doing is having a high living level of living, and people getting frustrated. We can't make income. So Ghana shares is still going to be about half the money.
Which is one of your policies.
Yes, which is the policy that we are bringing along. It's what is going to make Ghana work again. It's going to take Ghana from the informal sector to the formal sector. It's going to make sure that the galamsey, the people who are just working as laborers and working and getting under the coming out from the mud and working in those chemical water and polluting our waters, are now going to have funds to be able to own the mines. The big difference here is this: that money, which was taken to bring in the equipment to own the mine, is the same gold that you are taking that is going to pay for the mines. That money is what's going to take to go to the farmer. That is why we say that under our policies that we would fade out hoe and cutlass farming. There will be no hoe and cutlass farming in the next 4 years by the time we are done. What my great-great-parents used to do is gone. It shouldn't happen again. Nobody should go farm for 2, 8 hours, 6 hours, and then that becomes the way of living. And he still has to survive with just a hoe and a cutlass and a basket. So the GhanaWeb shares, where is the money coming from? It means that that money is going to buy the tractor, the combined harvester, the irrigation, everything that is needed to turn that small petty peasant farmers into commercialized farming. But they would own it. So it takes the petty trader, petty farmer, petty business person, the tabletop business into making cooperative and corporations. How is it going to be functioning? How is it going to take it so that from the galamsey system, as we see today, under our administration, it will end overnight? The moment we take it off, because we have a system, as I mentioned earlier, called the government at your doorsteps, which means that wherever you walk to vote becomes your government center. It means within any government center, you would have more than 8 to 1,000 families, because that is how the voting system is structured. That is why when you go to some place today, you might have you might have one voting center. Then the next time you go there, you might have another 2 or 3, because the people have moved in there more. They base it really about the per household, how many human beings, how many adults, eligible voters are in that area, where eligibility means from 18 and up. So with the GhanaWeb shares and with our policy of bringing government to your doorsteps, it decentralizes and localizes every policy to the point where now, if that was in place before, when the government said that they were going to when the president was putting his presidency on the line and gave the whole galamsey issue to somebody that we all trusted, we would have had today, because the government at your door center, any young person there could have walked to the center and made a report. They could have put in the data to know how many youth in the area would be affected by giving the concession to one person, which would force these other youths to take their farms and now turn them into galamsey and try to get the gold as well, because somebody else is now coming to take their minerals under the earth and they own the land on the surface. So government at your doorsteps would see and get the report. You don't need to send anybody. You don't need no task force. It's supposed to go there, because the people within that community would come and make their reports. And that report with an AI system today as we have it would not take that information that will be put there and taking it to the various departments that can work on it.
So now we have the okay.
So the GhanaWeb shares is going to be the medium with which we would change the economic order of Ghana, and it will affect Africa. With the policies that have been implemented for the past 32 years by these two parties, they are neoliberal policies which says that we have opened our doors. Private sector is the engine of growth. We don't have capital, but we say that we're going to do one district, one factory. So you come in there, you come up with an idea, brilliant idea, it will be approved, but the bank is supposed to give you a loan, and you don't have the money. So the German company, the Italian, the Chinese, who can have access in their countries, now will bring the factories here. Nobody, and listen to me clearly, nobody is going to own the factories. You, the Ghanaian, would own the factory with the GhanaWeb shares. Any idea that you have ever dreamt of, any ideas that you are dreaming today, you will not have to worry about whether you have money or not. If you have an idea and it's put together, you just need to find enough young people, old people, blind people, deaf people. It does not matter. A Ghanaian is our child. A Ghanaian is my child. My son can walk or might not walk. It doesn't matter. I'll feed the child. So every Ghanaian would have equity. So you can then convince enough people who would put their shares allocation in that business so that that business becomes the factory that will be running anything that you have dreamt of. That is what we intend to do. Agriculture will be the first, and then the value chain down agriculture would be that. That is how we'll set up the new industry in Ghana, not owned by foreigners. So at any point where foreign companies want to come, they would only come in and partner with you. You would have the ownership, and they will partner. That debt is nothing. 25 billion is only small money in the face of the trillions that Ghana will be making based on the creativity, ingenuity, and the energy of entrepreneurism that will be bringing back to the Ghanaian. The Ghanaian is an entrepreneur, and we as a government will give you the base and the support so that that spirit of the Ghanaian, the spirit of never giving up of the Ghanaian youth. Let me give you something before I finish. Okay. You see the Ghanaian youth, everywhere that we, the adults, have not come their way in their in terms of living to their fullest, they have excelled. Whether it's in football, all the youth has to do is find some small football. They don't need even a park. They even use they don't need a boot or anything. They will practice in that village until morning and evening after school, until they become the best in dribbling and things. And then before you realize, they are the Asians and others, because they did not need an adult. If they needed an adult to put a park and buy the footballs and things, no Ghanaian would have developed. So my point here is this: the spirit of the Ghanaian is the best assets that we have. They are the same boys who walk down the street, save a little money, buy a backpack. They will walk through the desert and get to Libya. Then go into capsizing boats, end up in Italy, end up in Germany, and now Ghana, they call them the diasporans. And before you realize, the economy of this country has the most coming from the diaspora. So my point here is this: if we have that energy, why don't we give them the capital for them to use their youthful energy, the persistence and never giving up spirit, which is already inborn in them? They don't give up. All the businesses you see, from the Mark Zuckerberg, go and read about how he did the Facebook. They had one already. We had what we call MySpace and things. Find out how they developed that, and you understand the story of never giving up. And all you need is just a system and a structure to support you. We have cracked the code. I am telling you, the Ghana Bashes is the coke that the Ghanaian needs to be able to unleash the potential and the God-given spirit. We are supposed to be the most religious country in the world. That was Bagalo poll. You can go and check. Why? Why do we have so much lack and poverty then? Because the adults we have not put in structures and systems that will take your dream, help you live your dream. By me also investing in you, then all of us will rise up.
I can see you're so passionate about Ghana Bash shares. Let me just make it this way. Ghana Bash shares is one of your policies.
Yes.
Government at your doorsteps is your second policy. And then your third policy is the
Agro-Show.
Agro-Show.
S-U.
Agro-Show.
Yes, Agro-Show.
Okay. That is where you're going to revamp all the factories?
Yeah, that's the Agro-Show is the foundation upon which we will take the peasant farmer system into commercial industrialized farming, as we used to do in our time, which was called the state farms. But instead of just coming straight with the state farms, because there's a certain disconnect now between the Ghanaian and public ownership. Okay. The Ghanaian now, and the depth of corruption in this country today has brought a certain disconnect from people. So anything that is for government, nobody cares. So you need to bring back ownership and a certain ownership of people feeling that they are part of a corporation, of a company, so that they can work towards it. So we have reached that state partnership thing to the point where the farmer, the Agro-Show simply states that no farmer in Ghana would farm a produce. If you plant your cassava, your okra, your tomatoes, your onion, just as we do with the cocoa. The moment you plant, you have money. You don't have to worry about who is going to come there to buy your watermelon and get it rotten at the farm. I believe it's a crime against everybody, the farmers, that they now have to spend their day, as you spend your day at work, they spend their day at the farm for 2, 3, 5, 8 hours. And then at the end of the day, she has no idea to know that the next village, the next neighbor, also cultivated maybe 3 acres or 5 acres of the same watermelon.
Okay.
And then before you realize, there's so much watermelon in the system, and she has to now worry about how she sells the watermelon at the farms. It's not going to happen under administration, because we believe in technology and we believe in every human being, everybody.
You came into the elections 2 weeks ago.
Yes.
And we have 2 more months to the election. Are you sure you're really prepared for this?
Because
you know, other political parties have already campaigned, like I think from the beginning of the year, and you only have 2 months.
Do you think you can? Here. That is why I'm talking to you. You have a large speech, and it is my belief that for even the Ghanaian in the diaspora, we don't have time. If I tell them the policy that we are bringing to affect them in that diaspora, they would love us. So I want to trust that 2 months is such a long time from walking to the polls. Mm-hmm. It's on the day of poll. When you have voted, it's finished. But before you vote, you know what is right for you. Ask yourself the right questions. How much money are you bringing home now for your children, for your family, for your wife, for your parents? Those who be reading. Because I used to read GhanaWeb every day, me and my daughter, when I was in the US.
Okay.
Those of you who be reading, how much money are you bringing now? You might change the dollar high, but that dollar has no meaning anymore, because Kenke is now 20 cedis or more. So here is the point. Organize yourselves. Tell your brother, your cousin, your mother to organize themselves at the polling station. Let them take the message and send it to the person at the polling station. And if they send it to the people there, because with our what do you call it, government at the doorsteps, what it simply means is that you don't need to walk to the district center. You don't need to look for your assemblyman or your minister. You don't need your parliamentarian. You just need that 10 people that we are going to have at each polling station who will be manning the center. You just need to walk to that polling station. And if you can't walk, there's even a website that you can go to. So if you walk there, you can crawl there, if that's all you have to do, and tell them this is what you are looking for and that you are ready for your Ghana Bashers. We are bringing a system in place where you can register for the Ghana Bashers right away. Let me tell you this. Don't let anybody deceive that 2 months is a short time. We only need you to talk to your brother, your wife, your mother, and your cousin, and you yourself to vote for yourself. Because when you vote for CPP, you'll be voting for the Galamsey, but you'll be voting to own the gold. When you vote for CPP, you'll be voting for yourself today and your future. Because the gold will not go to no company. I don't want to mention international companies here. But nobody is going to hit a gold vein and say that, and their shares will go. Your shares will be the ones going up. So if you ask me, we have a lot of time. The good news is that this is the Convention People's Party. Mm-hmm. It is the party of Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. And I believe in the spirit of the Ghanaian. I believe in the Osajifo spirit that is ignited in all of us. Osajifo spirit is not about his legacy. It is about selfless dedication. Anybody listening to me that has something to contribute to his life, to your life and to Ghana, and you wish you were in Ghana, you wish Ghana was working, how's Ghana going to work?
Now, our time is limited, but before I go to education, I spoke about the high cost of living and the fact that people in the diaspora cannot invest in this country because of the high interest rates and other things. Those other ports are also complaining. Those importing goods are also complaining. The charges are so high. There was a video recently where one man was saying that he bought a car for $10,000, but the duties alone is $30,000. And what would you do about it if you should be the president?
Very simple. You see, when you have a solution, it looks so simple that people don't understand. Just like Osadifo was talking and crying, that African unity, that African, people thought he wanted to bring himself and become a king or something. No. Today, we know that without that African unity, we are still struggling. Because if we had united, we would have the power and the strength to be able to put our resources together. You know something? Whatever we are saying that we will be doing when we get power, when we get the authority with every Ghanaian, that government at your doorsteps is your government center.
Looking at education, this government has introduced free SHS for the past 8 years. What will you do differently? Is this something you will continue, or you're bringing in a new initiative altogether?
For the past 8 years, in 1966 is when CPP was overthrown. Before that time, there was free education. This Fourth Republic, when CPP came back to power, one of our cardinal policies, as we are coming up with the Ghana Bashers, the government at your doorsteps, and the agro show, one of our cardinal policies was free education to the university level. From kindergarten to university.
So indirectly, I'll say you're continuing.
We will continue, but let me tell you a little twist.
Okay.
Based on the structure today, and release it much later. For those of you who can afford, because of technology and the way we'll set it up, would let you pay for it. But it will be free to those who can't afford. That's what I believe.
From primary to
the university and to the PhD level. Why should my daughter, they had the same access from high school. When we went back to the USA, she was then, I left and I came here. I couldn't support her the way I support. She went to the top school, Princeton, she finished her PhD because she was determined. I believe that the systems should be put in place for everybody. No Ghanaian should be left behind, no youth left behind, no child left behind. Everybody must matter. So if you ask me, education under the Convention People's Party will be not just theories you can't apply, but it will be education that works with with corporation, with private sector, with government, to ensure that the skills that you are learning and that you are acquiring can be used to improve your life and to improve the community and to improve Ghana. So it will be proper education. And listen to me. The way we structure the education in Ghana, it makes it look as if you don't know how to chew and pour, if you can't speak English well, we won't do that. We'll go beyond it. Today, technology,
to everyone.
Oh yes, technology has made it possible that I can speak my language and you will understand and talk to me in a different language. Would empower that. Because you see the Segleme, I would immediately turn that Segleme into an IT hub and bring all the youth in the Namobi, what do you call them again? Nima, all these young boys who are into Sakawa that we are trying to put in jail, I will convert them into productive citizens. And all the young boys in tech and Legon who have also studied about how to code, I'll put them together, 2,000 of them, they'll be paid fully.
If you are voted into power and you become the president of Ghana, you'll be making history by becoming the first female, or should I say, the first woman to be Ghana's president. How is that feeling like? Because right now I know you are just, should I say, you have already conscientized yourself that this election is a done deal.
Precisely. The truth is that by sitting here, I already made history. I'm the first female to be voted into the Convention People's Party as the flag bearer. Number two, I'm also the first female to be voted into a party that has won power before. So history is there. And me, the reason why you see this passion is because even though it looks like you are saying, we have only 2 months, we've worked. I've worked for this position. I've fought internal fights. You understand?
To get here.
To get here. So I know the spirit of not giving up. And I got here not because I wanted to be president, because I have a mission. And the mission is to give the country back to the youth of this country. I want to give it back to them because, like you see, the youth who went on the street and he's now in prison somewhere for 2 weeks. Some people, as I'm telling you, if you put them there, by the time they come home, their house will be burnt. My children are already grown. I'm not saying that I'm ready to die, but what else am I looking for in this world? I just want to make sure that I leave a legacy that my father left, that my uncle left. And that is to say that the Ghana that we fought for, the independence that we fought for, was not just to enrich some people's life. It was so that the youth who supported our father Osadifo, who took him from what they call it, Ododio, he was in jail when they voted for him. They used the term to take him out. So that youth is the same youth I'm counting on, that they would use their tongue to stop the Glamsey. They will use their tongue to stop the escalation of the dollar. They will use their tongue to set up the factories again. They will use their tongue to take ownership of Ghana so that any investor that comes here would only come to partner, just as was done in Dubai. It is not so that they come in and take over the country. What we have here today, if you don't take care, all the people promising you will bring this investor, we might end up where we one day will get up. I'm not scaring you, but there are parts of Africa where people start burning themselves because they don't own anything. I want you to take back this country and own what God has given you. We will give you the resources. If you have the energy and you want to work, you would work in Ghana. When you travel outside, you'd go there for holidays. You go there for investment and partnership, not for anybody to take over here. Ownership is what we are giving back to you.
Ownership, yeah.
Ownership.
Thank you very much. Nana Kosia Frempoma Sapon Kuma, flag bearer of the CPP. I'm grateful for your time, and I believe the youth have also heard you. So I'm wishing you the best in the upcoming elections. And the show has been Election Decks here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Patricia Roxanne Hammond. At the same time next week, be nice to one another.
Hello everyone, my name is Dr. Florentia Mens-Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. As you're all aware, this month is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we'll be bringing you daily tips on breast cancer. To start with, what is breast cancer? Breast cancer simply refers to cells in the breast growing out of control. There are 3 types of tissue in the breast made up by cells. They are the duct tissue, lobules, and connective tissue. Cells in any of these 3 types of tissue can grow out of control and cause breast cancer. Breast cancer does not stay in the breast. It can grow in other parts of the body and cause problems as well. Although breast cancer was the #1 most diagnosed cancer in women, it is no longer the #1 cause of cancer-related deaths in women, and this is because of early detection. That's why in this month, we encourage you to touch the boobs. That is, get to know what your breasts feel like regularly, so that when there are changes, you'll be able to detect very easily. Thank you for staying with us, and see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dr. Samson Asala from the Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. On today's tips about breast cancer, we are going to talk about some Ghana statistics. In the year 2020, 1 in 3 Ghanaian women who were diagnosed with cancer had breast cancer at various stages. Of this number, 2,055 sadly died from complications arising from breast cancer. Breast cancer is treatable if detected early and interventions are put in place. Let us all join together to prevent needless death from breast cancer. Join us again tomorrow for another episode of Tips on Breast Cancer.
ade hye me sama makwa aba edeba asemsebe kase eboso ewo GhanaWeb TV so ensama hodo a ekoso ewo Ghana hanum enempo no amanaman ena ya na impempi aboabo no na edini nyina aba abesommo mi amede kase boyi ebre mu midia ne mame akuache na me hye me nsama ase dia na mekwa kopie mu ewo eye MPP amanyoko no akache na omuguso a eye campaigns ahodo ewo eye Ghana hanum enam so ena asin central mrahye bedwane Kennedy Japan a enka nimpo na nka o hwese e beto ne so aba na be frankaso fa ma MPP amanyoko na di nsemfo ahodo bi ekokoto dwa ochema nanse we hu trend bi ewo MPP amanyoko ni pa de bi on bekwa campaign bia ene omokwa anyumi ena ye wo sisifia ni bi beto nyum saa na omabo ewo stage so emrekwa NDC amanyoko no eye door to door ni house to house campaign ochema afi 2008 saa na omugina stage so ani asei ni nyum ekokọ wiem na cheso malu su sei poto enu nti ochema asa afi we nso so mpese ni course 2008 no ebesa be mu 2024 dia ewo se MPP amanyoko no omomo ni eda ho ankasa na migusua ejina amanyosem ho nsensem mu nso a ene Dr. Bawumia a ono sumpo etu franka ede ama MPP amanyoko no atubi ye pa ede ama ne John Dramani Mahama a ono sumpo etu franka ede ama NDC amanyoko no na eye Dr. Bawumia echirema na nsen wu so manfo bi eye mehihie mu ye pa enu ntinu akwakọ wie mu statisi ade adane eye atemdidie na omanfo enim se na nsen temu ene MPP ni NDC ni eye Dr. Bawumia otu nsemfo aduonum ede mane Mahama no na Mahama nso to 5 bi ede amane no kokọ wiem no kra de ene stupid bi ebe mu enu ena Bawumia ye chem na waka sesei ti we hu sesisia no oba belu so nti ene adane atemdidie bado chema enye wa atemdidie a obedidi ono Bawumia ene bema wa wini se wudi na temo se wendi na temo ene chema afi 2024 abato no ene be kire afi to papa so kasi wenim dia se enye ade a wo be wini no matter what insults bia ode be mane ono Dr. Bawumia na minfree MPP any NDC ho nsensem nso na minkonko pie mu ewo eye Supreme Court na eye Supreme Court adi nsemfo bi atodwa a omuchemu se omomo honumi ana omudan na esi wonom sa no he mampeni nie na be die kire nie omomu bia enutumi ewo omoso se ebia omo kotena asem bi so na ekwa akowiem na mudi asem ni wi a na obi aba begina nchen akase an enya ade amepeni ana so ochina ochema mu mienu nche so obi eni honuma owotumi esen eye Supreme Court kra afesumpo untimi enchire omo ni omonye afi omu kire ma so omu kan semfo bi ano mudi asem bi wie na woni wo begina ekire be ka sen an ene ne amu kan ye no ene ntesa na efo ne kosi se sa de no kra ne chemu se wabu mra so afesumpo no so mudi asem wie na so wo begina ekire ebe ka sen amu ye de ensem fata na wo pa che so no Supreme Court no enim ne left and right enu nto omu kire ma omu de so omu tena se e kan asem wie a eno anu no bi ani ekire a obetumi aba be ka sen nsam na moye ya na ne amudi ye no enya de a ese fata Minko insemfi from nso dia ene na social media aye he esanse ora aye frɛ no se eye Kwame Owusu Fodwo dodo na anim se Dr. UN aye video bi aba betudwa na video ni mu no na o chem se sisi ade ohia moa o ohia 400,000 Ghana cedis e de akwakoye surgery esanse oyare yie ankasankasa ene obobo ya bo nua TV nie media general shatawale din wom sa akodi edin wom ne nkeka wo kire masankofo enyina no odan omo eno ncho mpesika bi famre no se ne be ya obetumi e de akwakoye surgery no neno na social media fo echem se yie papa we pa adoka se Ghana fo ye huru enim ekosoro na no wo tse abranti etese wo utumi eye award ye bi wo hono ma feeding bottle ene ye chobi na we create no dia ni nyina in the name of now ye UN ambassador ene fine ne kosi sen ni nyina eche Ghana for anka hwe wo san baya wo so wo yare ebi mu kire ma we de eye scan scam ankasa opeso obeji omanfo sikedi Ghana for bi kire ma omo nje sa de ni ntumu kra ebi mu so kire ma ene sa akode wu se ya wabo wudin se wo so obo homode san se o ma water bottle ene ni se no ejina wo for life ene social media omanfo eke komadwin ye pa ede kire eye Dr. UN ankasa men sorry men sam so dia na me kwa kopie mu ewo etifido mantemu eye boko mpotemu omanfo enim sesisi omo conflict asan ama ne homini so biem Emma Babe told you say nipa mienu enam so ato nananom ewo nsiedo na omuchema emu baako eye mampusini ena baako nso efi Togo na ye chema eye omumienu ene ne ofi Togo yi say ni papa eyare ena chese ofi Togo eba be hye no ba ekomia kwa ese kokko wiem na chese wato nananom ewo nsiedo enu ntino na chese mafa ni mu no ede ko eye Togo akwakosie no ewo honom omudru kwan so a ene ye chirema momfa moniema ngu wo kokko wiem na chese abo muto ama mato nananom ewo nsiedo ematumu say ayare wosem ewo eye boko important honum ankasa ene na ha ena mede eye anopa kaseboyi ebesi nyame yadoma ewia ne aka no so yede nyina eba besom me amede kaseboyi ebre mu mediane mame akuache ewia ye besan so ede ne aka no aba besom
Ganania Wakoba was here. Say bang you, say I want to know. Now the county, you do walk to please. Me buy what the car, one go we are the Nabosiano about, you do walk to Modi. One be as may you are more about one thing. So about so remember what the count one, you do walk to please. Maybe you are more about one thing. As someone will catch them. The Ghana for more about was saying what the prison when you are young was it. Maybe I am a baby in our mother. I have a mama. The Sicano will be uncle Bobosia. The Sicano, that's a common over no assault to him, want to crash the canoe. The common over, and to you control the animal, baby, I say, get you up to prison. And to me, baby, you want what the prison and what the cardiac. Be you in our mother one thing. Some more.
Now, for me, I also buy a full and for November day. May president of Ghana. Aren't you?
Akuya fo mo kunku wa mo to mo ire mo goku mo to ku ni wo ire mo no kuno ho ni mo ana we le duane
okay
what me do say o si what me do from say pe e fa na okunku ni no o ti twa what me no na na mo ana we
okay
da bia mo ku akuya fo sa obi aso nkan mo pe
so be president
awrade
o be
pa mo bu nyina obi ara bia la ko ni kuro
na ana Jehovah Witness from so be me
dey so dey me ye fe na mo ma je card me me ento so mo se ento aba the card me ye de ma ka to bi
Debbie
ya se am fan to aba ana mo ba je na ndo go dem a na risi ya to aba na we se na me nipa anto bi enti ana we se na me nipa anto bi enti na ma na anso mo bi la fi se le ho afo aje ho go dem wa aje ho go dem enti na anso enti se kai na se nya be se pemiensa ye be se akoto aba na pemi na mo apemo ko mo apemo no the whole for Nigeria.
To be president.
Oh, magic card.
Magic card.
I can't just say the card. No go to them. I for your business. Yes, I'm fan to Aba.
Fan to Aba.
Yes, Auntie be back. School free. No, I'm the buy.
President.
The American when you start a paper. Oh, him I travel. What's up with him? Why that baby? I'm fast. I'm a man chair and I don't know some will travel. Or what's up with him? There's one try that chair will be a. Ya what you have seminye my year men kaka no masaya wie o ka seminye sabe de abanka me beka me kaka nie me ni abanka me biaso me de chere mo na mo kama me ni abanka agora What the book Yeah, the challenge that can hold the fake at home. So, yeah, when you are feeling what you and yeah, will be a one you're gonna need. And then I'm going to say, when you say I'm going to when I go by you, we are day more. We are day more. The bonfire and I'm going to tell it. But be also 1 year of it, where your pass from home, or your new pass from home, the poor basso, the poor basso, I didn't go for and then I was saying, sir, maybe I can't say, what's it? Anytime you don't want to say, yeah, your Mahama can be said, and so say, Guy may a family. Now, maybe no more you. I buy and say, I isn't enforce the bar say, will be quite church, you know. I won't clone in our clatter since I where the other more say, or your best sign. One fat in the fear number. No one found one for number. To me, I was say, I did, and one more say, be if you know my dear phone number go so. One more at me, that's what you have. That's also in the moment. What for computer at now? Now I watch church and not the about anymore. No. I found that I do. I don't know that. I'm
How is everybody?
Hello everyone, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Today we'll be talking about symptoms of breast cancer. The first symptom is no symptom. Yes, a number of women diagnosed with breast cancer have absolutely no symptoms at all. No breast changes, nothing. Breast cancer is diagnosed in these women only at screening. That is why breast cancer screening is important. We'll discuss that in a later episode. The second symptom is lumps in your breast or in your armpit. These lumps are usually hard, ill-defined, and difficult to move around. They can also change the shape and size of your breast. If you notice a breast lump, kindly see your doctor because other conditions of the breast that are not cancer can give you lumps. That's all for today's episode. We'll see you tomorrow with more symptoms. Bye. Hello, welcome back to Daily Tips on Breast Cancer. My name is Dr. Mens Armstrong with Medifem Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center. Yesterday we took a look at the first two symptoms of breast cancer, which are no symptoms at all and then a breast lump or a lump in your armpit. Today we are looking at more symptoms. The first symptom today is changes in the skin of the breast. These changes I'm talking about include reddening of the skin, thickening of the skin, swelling of the skin, and even wounds or sores on the skin. The next symptom is changes in the nipples. Most nipples point outwards. Some people have naturally inverted nipples. If you notice your nipples turning inwards recently, please see a doctor. It may be a sign of breast cancer. Also look out for ulceration of the nipples. That is sores around the nipples. And finally, any bloody nipple discharge is not normal. Please see a doctor as